Fire Union, and Mr. Stevens, come on up, Tim, and introduce, if you could. We got two gals, is that correct?
Yes,
Yeah, we got Alexandra Miller and Brooklyn Rooms, right?
absolutely.
Fantastic. Sir, the floor is yours, please. This is yours. Yes.
My name's Tim Stevens, President of Local 3412. With me is Ben Buzak, is our chairperson of our benefit fund and our event committee. He raises the money to allow us to provide these two $1,000 scholarships to West Claremont grads. So he busts his tail all year long on different events to raise these funds, along with many other members. And then we had a scholarship committee that received about a dozen applications, and the two winners stand to my right. Brooklyn Rooms, straight A student, going to attend Texas Tech for nursing. And then Alexandra Miller is going to go to Ohio State for neuroscience, also a straight A student. So we just wanted to present this in front of the board and express our gratitude to the community for providing us with a great place to work and the ability to give these scholarships to these two young ladies. So without further ado, Ben has the checks. Make sure they're right. Congratulations. Good luck in school.
Good job. Oh, well, good.
That's all we have.
Appreciate that, Mr. Buzak and Mr. Stevens, very much. Our fire union does a great job at being very active in our community. We love you guys very much. Appreciate y'all very much. And two gals, well deserving. And just for the record, Tim, it's actually the Ohio State University, just so you know. So, well, fantastic. And moving along, we next have our Union Township. Let's do this one here. Okay, our Union Township years of recognition. So let's do. Police Chief, I'll throw it over to you.
Dylan, you want to step up? So Dylan Torok, Mr. Dills is our first gentleman we're going to honor tonight. He's celebrating 10 years with the township. What can I say about Dylan? He's a go-getter. You can tell just by looking at him. He serves as an FTO, so he trains our new officers. He is on the county SRT team, is one of our Union Township representatives. And more importantly, lately, he has been doing a lot with our directed patrol, which is our plainclothes and some of our street corner stuff. And Dylan's a hustler. He works hard for me, and more importantly than that, he treats people well out there. So appreciate his service. Thanks, Dylan.
Thanks, Chief.
Yep.
Officer Torek, yeah, 10 years. Appreciate you very much. Seen you several times. Do you have your family here?
Yeah, my
Please,
wife
please.
and my son.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thanks for giving us for 10 years of service, and hopefully you stay here for a long time. Good people, very much, and appreciate you very much, sir. Vice Chair, did you have anything for him?
Hey, 10 years, you must have some stories to tell. Anything come to mind?
A lot of good stories, a lot of great memories, a lot of great coworkers, and a lot of great mentors. Some who are still here, and some who have either moved on or retired. Just thankful for the opportunity and this 10 years. Looking forward to the hopeful another 20 years of service here at Union Township.
That's good.
Awesome. I'm sure the chairman will agree with me that with a haircut like that, you must be cream of the crop.
Got to keep it tight, yeah.
Mr. Logue, sir.
Let's see, 10 years, you pretty much answered my question. You said you're looking forward to 20 years. So what are the top three things that you appreciate or most excited about the job that you do?
I'm looking forward to hopefully other positions moving forward in the township or in the police department. Looking forward to just time with coworkers and just helping out the community.
Awesome. Hey, thank you. We are so appreciative of your 10 years and with your, giving your time to the community and serving and balancing that with your family, your young family at that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thanks, officer. So we have this award, and we're going to present it to you. We got one more to do, and we'll take a picture with you both. Is that okay?
Perfect.
Fantastic. Appreciate you, sir, very much. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Officer Ford. Appreciate you very much. Thank you. And Chief Reese, I'll throw it right back over to you, sir.
So last but certainly not least is Officer Ben Reardon. Ben is celebrating 20 years with the police department. We plucked him out of Williamsburg, I believe, 20 years ago. And, you know, with Ben, I just really so much appreciate the loyalty and the hard work. We don't have a lot of 20-year veterans that are out there on the road, and Ben is a lifetime night shifter. And for me to have a guy out there with 20 years of experience, especially with a lot of the young guys we got, gives me a lot of wisdom and experience, and you just can't replace that. And I really appreciate the job Ben's done for me for the last 20 years.
Well, Officer Reardon, actually, Mr. Becker, I'll go ahead and start with you, sir. Any words for Officer Reardon?
20 years on the night shift?
Yes, sir.
I know you've got stories to tell.
None that are appropriate for this setting.
I understand. Well, thank you for your service. It's much appreciated.
Mr. Logue, sir?
Hey, thank you for the 20 years. I would like to safely assume you enjoy the night shift.
Works
or the
best for my
bal-
family, yes, sir.
Yeah, works best. You looking forward to continuing that?
Yes, sir.
And what's the most, top 2 or 3 things that you enjoy about the job?
It's gonna sound funny, but helping people that won't help themselves.
Yeah,
Ran into something like that last night. Wound up solving that for her a little bit. Chief Reese is a great boss. I wouldn't say good, great boss. He tries to take care of us the best he can. And again, like Dylan said, just work with the people I've seen for 20 years.
yeah. I appreciate it. You were on last night, so you got off at like 7?
6 a.m.
6 a.m., yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. So is this in your normal cycle right now, being awake for this meeting, or
I'm
is
here
this
instead
kind
of
of?
answering calls right now, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I should be out there right now. But
Okay, all right. Well, hey, thank you.
Officer Reardon, appreciate you very much. Did you have a family here as well?
my wife, yes.
Oh, well, good. Thanks for giving us 20 years. I know it's a lot, and so appreciate you very much. I know you've seen a lot, you've done a lot, and I appreciate you sticking on, being a good veteran, and, coaching the younger officers, and so appreciate you very much. Yeah, thank you, sir. So appreciate that, and then we're going to come down. I got awards for you both for your tenure here at the township, okay? Appreciate you very much. Thanks, guys.
John, am I allowed to buy you with all my hair?
Okay. And then before we move on, I've categorized our public comment cards. So if anybody has a public comment at all, there's a card in the back I want you to fill out. And then when it comes time for that, we'll come up and collect them, or you can bring them up, and we'll get to that in a minute. But just to let you know, if there's, they should be in the back for you to fill out if you want to speak. All right, so continue on to personnel actions. All right, Chief Clemens, you've got 2 guys for us tonight, and I will throw the floor to you first, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dills. So before I bring up the first consideration, just wanted to note that these 2 positions are due to retirements in the fire department, so we're backfilling budgeted positions with the 2 on the agenda tonight. So with that, if Ben, if you could come up to the podium, I'd like to introduce and recommend Mr. Ben Buzak for consideration to the promotion to the rank of lieutenant. Mr. Buzak has over 29 years in the fire service, with 10 years serving the city of Loveland prior to being hired full-time by Union Township in 2007. During his career, Ben has completed Fire Officer 1 through Bowling Green University and Leaderships 1, 2, and 3 through the Ohio Fire Academy. He has demonstrated his leadership skills on a daily basis and has embraced his role as a mentor to our newer personnel. As a longtime resident of Union Township, Mr. Buzak has embraced this community and has been an advocate for the township as well as the fire department. His efforts in running the annual Local 3412 golf outing is a big reason which we saw the 2 scholarships handed out this evening. Ben excelled in the promotional process, which consisted of a written examination, an oral and written evaluation, as well as a formal interview. I would recommend the promotion of Ben Buzak to the rank of lieutenant at a rate of pay consistent with step 3 of the collective bargaining agreement effective June 23rd, 2026 at 7 a.m.
Good intro, Chief. And it's funny, Chief made sure that I got your name correct because the C is silent, right? Buzak?
It is.
It is, okay.
Correct.
I didn't want to make that mistake. So, and sir, do you got your family here? It's a
Yes.
big day. Let me hear it.
My father's here, my wife, my mother-in-law, our 2 boys. Have some cousins and aunts and uncles, and a bunch of friends came out for me, and
Yeah.
obviously these good guys back
The
here.
firefighters always show up whenever there's a promotion or something going on. They always show out. I love it. I love it. You got a good group of guys behind you.
They are
So
the best.
the 29 years serving the fire department, you know, and tell us why UT? Why stick around for so long? And you know, what is it?
All right, well, when I left, it's because I wanted to come home and work. So we moved here in the 70s. I went to school here and
Yeah.
decided that this is home. And if I'm gonna do the service, I'd rather do it for the community I live in.
Well said. Well
Yeah.
said. Yeah. Well said, Ben. Vice Chair, anything?
29 years, you've got a very impressive resume. Thank you for your years of service to the township, and it sounds like you've earned the promotion.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mr. Logan?
Yeah, no, excited to be able to have you, retain you, keep you, and backfill those positions. Always delight to see you around the fire department and the house as well, so thanks for pointing out your family, Ben. Appreciate
That's
it.
good. And then, Ben, after we vote, if you could, stick around for just a little bit longer, and we'll get our picture with you and congratulate you, okay? All right, so gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion to promote Ben Buzak to the position of lieutenant effective June 23rd, 2026 at 7 a.m. at a pay rate consistent with step 3 of the collective bargaining agreement.
So moved.
Second,
Any further discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logan?
yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Congratulations, Mr. Buzak. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, congrats.
Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations, Ben. Thank you.
Good. Didn't want to interrupt their ceremony. And one more. Chief Clements, sir, I'll throw it right back to you, sir.
Sure. If I could welcome Mr. Kenny Reardon up to the podium. I'd also like to introduce Mr. Kenny Reardon for consideration to the promotion to the rank of lieutenant. Prior to his fire service career, Mr. Reardon spent 8 years with the Ohio Army National Guard as a Sergeant E5. During his time in the Army, he graduated from the 7th Army Non-Commissioned Officer Academy and held several leadership positions. He was hired by Union Township in 2007 and has been involved in many projects over his 18-year career. Most recently, Mr. Reardon's been in charge of managing our fire department radios and pursuing training opportunities, which allows us to do more maintenance in-house on those radios versus utilizing outside vendors. He has completed Fire Officers 1 and 2, in addition to receiving an associate's degree in paramedic management in 2010. He continued his education, receiving a bachelor's degree in public safety management and leadership in 2024. Kenny also excelled in this promotional process, and I would recommend the promotion of Mr. Reardon to the rank of lieutenant at a rate of pay consistent with step 3 of the collective bargaining agreement, effective June 24th, 2026 at 7 a.m.
Great, thank you, Chief. Kenny, any relation to Ben over there?
No, sir.
Yeah, if you have a little fire, please, okay.
No.
The,
I take it down.
yeah, I was taking notes as Chief was talking, you know, NCO, non-commissioned officer in the Army, 18 years, and then really impressive that, you know, as you progressed with life, and you chose to go back and get your continuous education. I respect that, so well done, sir. And you got your family here, right?
My wife
Please.
and my sons.
Fantastic. It's a big day for your man. Yeah, so appreciate you very much. Thanks for serving with our fire department. And I'll ask the same question because you're very tenured. Why Union Township?
I like the guys.
Yeah?
That's fun.
Fair enough. Sir, Mr. Becker?
Hey, just, you got a great resume, and congrats on the promotion. It sounds like it's well-earned, and I'm sure the chairman approves of your haircut, so that's all, Chairman.
Mr. Logue?
I was waiting for Mr. Becker to be a barber one of these days soon. Thank you. Thank you for your years of service. But yeah, we're looking forward to having you and the promotion ranks there and continuing your impact for the township. It's really critical what you say there as far as it's just about the community. It's about your teammates, it's about the guys that you're with. You speak very candidly from a place of passion on that, and that's clear to see. So I can see how it'd be great to work alongside you. So they're fortunate to have you. So yeah, thank you. Congratulations.
That's good. Thank you, Mr. Logue. Yeah, all right, gentlemen. I will entertain a motion to promote Mr. Kenny Reardon to the position of lieutenant effective June 24, 2026 at 7 a.m. at a pay rate consistent with the step 3 of the collective bargaining agreement.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Congratulations, Kenny.
Congrats on the promotion.
Congratulations, Kenny.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
One second. I was hoping. That might pull back to him. We'll let the families clear out just for a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so now we're up to public comments. Now, I want to also say, there's also 2 public hearings, completely separate. So if you want to talk about the 2 public hearings, which is, one is the apartments on Glen Estee, Withamsville, the mixed-use property, and there's also the gas station on Old 74, that's the 2 public hearings. You can speak during public comments, but you're probably going to have to redo it again when we get to the actual zoning cases. So I would probably say hold off during public comments if that's all you want to talk about. Now, during public comments, you got 5 minutes. You could talk about anything that you want us to hear. It's fine. But if you want to talk about those specific two zoning cases, my suggestion would be to hold off until those come up on the agenda. So with that being said, I was trying to filter through these comment cards. And so hold on one second. So I got a Sharon, a Cindy, and a Paul, and a Ray. Yours looks like public comments would be the time to speak because it's about a resolution here. So if there's anyone else that'd like to speak, just grab a comment card back there and bring it on up. Oh, you can come on up. Yeah, sure. And then, and if that's the case, we can just start with you. That's fine. Perfect.
I think I probably need to wait. I want to talk about the development possibly at Club Pike area.
The which one?
The transfer or something.
Okay, yeah, that's fine, yeah. And here, I'll grab yours as well.
So I
Perfect, no
need
problem.
to wait probably to get to that.
I can go, yeah, correct. Yeah, that'd be for the apartments, correct?
Zoning case.
Yeah, the zoning case, correct. Yep, I got it. So for the zoning case, you want to wait for, yeah, correct. Okay, no problem. And so, let's see here, and, okay, first one I got is Ray Meyer. Ray, the floor is yours. You got 5 minutes. And then it would be the same thing for everyone. When you come up, you just want to state your name and then address for the record, and then the floor is yours. All right, Ray, welcome. Sir, just state your name and address for the record.
Ray Meyer, 4504 Dominic Drive.
Okay. Yes, sir.
My question is, do all of the apartment/condo projects going on have abatements?
The answer is no.
Okay.
No. So there's something that's called TIFs and JEDs. It's crazy. We had the same question come up last month, and Mr. Wright addressed all that, but the answer is no.
Okay.
No, the answer is no.
For the abatements, how long is are the abatements?
Well, I'll let, what's that?
Would speak to it.
So, go ahead, Mr. Wright,
I'm
please.
sorry, sir. So we don't have any CRA abatements on apartments. I know that's a big thing people read about. We don't have any. Those can go up to 100% and up to 15 years, but since we don't have any, the only CRA properties that I know of were prior to when the county could only do them. One is 32 East, which was, everybody remembers what that was. It was like $2 million worth of valuation. They put $24 million in to generate where Burlington and revamp all that. Those were the guys that tragically passed away in a plane accident up in Toledo. They were from Florida. And then the Avalon, which was some time ago, I want to say that burned off probably 5 to 6 years ago, and that was a county CRA, and that was a 50%. But none of the projects that you see are CRA abated.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Thanks, Ray. And, all right, next one I got is, forgive me if I pronounce your name wrong, Paul Havlis. Come on up, Paul, and just state your name and address for the record, sir.
My name's Paul Havlis. I live at 1139 Forest Run Drive. First of all, I never thought in 1,000 years I'd be sitting up here complaining about noise, but I'm complaining about noise in my neighborhood. Motocross noise to begin with. My wife and I have lived in Sherlock Crossing, Union Township for 29 years. I've never had to call the cops, just one time in 20-plus years. In the last 6 months, I've called the police 5 to 6 times. I've sent emails to every one of you, videos. Many neighbors have sent videos. It's excessive noise. I can no longer sit on my deck. I can't open my windows. It's out of control. I have gone over to try to talk to them, and that didn't go anywhere. I was talking to a Ring camera. She told me the police can't do anything. It's private property. She'll take breaks with the motorcycles. They build a track with jumps, and they go around in circles for hours on end. I can't do anything anymore with it. When I went over to talk to her, I said, show some respect for your neighbors. I got nowhere with it. Basically, I walked home, and they did it for 2 more hours. They just gunned the engines for 2 hours. There's many neighbors that want to show up. They're afraid of the teenage boys, the vandalism, the retribution. I don't know what else to do. They live in a .41 acre lot, and they're in the back having a motocross park. It's just crazy. It's out of control. I have called zoning. I know zoning has cited them. They still continue to do it. I work from home. I work on medical equipment, and I can hear motocross bikes in my house. I can't sit on my deck, I can't open the windows. I don't know what else to do. One time I do document every time they get on the bike. From March 30th to April 30th, they were on their bikes for 32 hours. 32 hours through that 30-day period. Sometimes they're on the bike for 6 hours. How am I expect to live in my house? I just need help. We want to get back to a quiet neighborhood where I can open the window, talk to neighbors, and be peaceful. This is crazy. I don't know what else to do. How do we go from here? What do we do? I don't know what else to do anymore.
Well,
I've called the police. I mean, I don't know what to do.
Mr. Avlis, I think you're going to be very pleased. I can't predict, I can't speak. for you.
I know you can't predict,
I
but
think you're going to be
I just
very-
want to state I never
think,
thought I'd be up here to talk to people like
No,
this.
no,
I mean,
and I appreciate that.
I live in a neighborhood, I just want to be peaceful, I want to sit on my deck, I want to talk to my neighbors, I want to walk the dog, I don't want to hear motocross bikes.
I will say this, and I think there's a couple other folks here as well that are going to probably speak about the same thing. And I'll say that I think you folks will probably be very pleased with the outcome tonight on your specific resolution. Because all your complaints and the videos that came in, the police reports, heard them loud and clear.
Okay,
And so,
I just want to make sure,
so,
you know, I don't come up to complain about, this is just crazy.
It's a valid complaint, yeah,
I
absolutely.
mean, yeah, I would appreciate anything you can help us out and
Yeah, no
do whatever
problem.
we can do.
As soon as hold on, let me look here real quick. Well, you're further down on the agenda, but if you want to stick around for it tonight, you can. And
I will. I will.
I think you'll be pleased on it, so, for what it's worth, yeah.
Okay, thank you very, hey, thank you for your time, I really appreciate it.
Of course, Paul,
Thanks.
thank you, sir. Okay, and I assume this must be Paul's wife, Cindy? Cindy, you're more welcome to come up and speak, please, yeah. And then, same thing, please just state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is Cindy Havlis, 1139 Forest Run Drive, Shaler Crossing, and I'll be very brief. I just, I don't want to complain either, but it has been, we've lived there 29 years. It's a very wonderful neighborhood. It's a beautiful neighborhood. And, I just feel for neighbors. We know a lot of other neighbors who don't want to be here, and I feel for neighbors who have babies or who are sick, or, like my daughter-in-law who works a night shift as a nurse who lives somewhere else, who maybe needs to sleep during the day, things like that. I know myself, I suffer from migraines, and a couple times it disturbed me during the day when I was not feeling well. So I just feel for a lot of people that they don't have respect and have not thought about that like a lot of us do have respect for our neighbors and want to live in peace and harmony. And I would love that neighborhood back to what we have had before, to live and have respect for our neighbors and live in peace and harmony for each other and have my nice Shaler Crossing back the way it was before, so we can live amongst each other and respect each other, because obviously they don't have that. And I feel bad for a lot of other people. And that's really.
Appreciate you speaking up. Thank you, Ms. Cindy, very
So,
much.
thank you very much. Anything you can help us.
Yes, ma'am.
Passing the resolution, we would greatly appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am, you got it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy, thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay, and then I got a Sharon, is it Nels? Nels? Come on up, Ms. Sharon, please. Okay, Sharon, you got 5 minutes. Just state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, I am Sharon Nels. My address is 1093 Flick Lane, Batavia, Ohio. And my question is about the status of Eastgate Mall. I have been a resident of Union Township for the past 27 years, have been blessed to raise my family here. I grew up in Anderson. I watched the mall go up. I watched 275 be built. And I've loved that mall. I've been happy to go in there and do some shopping, but I went yesterday and it just caught my attention about more stores are leaving. And specifically, I went to one to inquire about one that you guys may have been familiar with, the Great American Cookie Company. My son's gonna be celebrating his birthday and he doesn't like cake. So they said, well, that's been gone for a while. I went, what? And having a conversation with an employee in one of the stores who was almost in tears and talking to me and saying, I don't want to lose my job, but my boss is telling me if the rent keeps going up in our place where we're at, they're going to have to close. So I'm just curious what the status is, because when you drive by the mall, I mean, to me, it's an eyesore. I mean, when you go up 275, I want to be, and honestly, I know we're not West Liberty, but I want to be like those people going, wow, I want to stop in there. And I applaud all our efforts of our community to come together and, build, these overpasses, make 32 more, easier to get back and forth in, and doing all the construction we're currently doing for our community. But where does the mall stand?
I'll give you try to do my best to give you a quick 30-second elevator pitch, but I'm probably lying on 30 seconds. I think Kroger wants what's best for the mall owners want what's best for the mall. They just disagree on how to do it. And so it's been in the Court of Appeals, it's now at the appellate court. Is that correct, Mr. Wright, at the appellate court?
Yes.
And then we'll find out, gosh, we should find out soon, I would think, gosh. And so basically, very quick pitch is that Kroger wants to build their store with the rear end of their building backed up. They want to tear down Sears and back it up to the mall. They want the front of their building to face State Route 32. And the mall owners say no, because it's going to mess up the entire center of the mall. Yes, you can build it, but just flip it. Take your product, flip it. And so that's what they're fighting about, is that. And then you have 5 main owners of the mall. There's other ones, but the 5 main owners, you might have heard the right of veto power. That ends in 2030. So regardless, whoever wants to build there will still have to come back to the Board of Trustees, whether we're here or a different board, to get whatever approved. But basically, right now, Kroger and Mall are fighting over that. And it doesn't matter what side you're on or whatever. I think they both want what's best for the mall. But Kroger wants to face 32. I understand why. Hall Property Group wants them to flip it. And I understand why from their perspective, because they can't really do much with the mall if you got a Kroger and then you have, semi-trucks dumping off their goods and the dumpsters in the back and in the middle of the mall. So that's basically where it's at, and they're at a standstill until the courts settle it, and then that's where it's at. So unfortunately, the rest of us have to pay, because I remember going to the mall and, high school cruising the strip and all that stuff. So trust me, I agree. We've all made it clear we want it to be mixed use, like a Liberty Town Center, like a Deerfield Town Center. But unfortunately, it's held up in the courts right now. So that's the status.
Well, thank you for that answer, because
Yeah.
I was getting like mixed facts about when things were gonna happen, and
Yeah.
I just, like you said, you want this place to be
Yeah.
awesome. I've raised my family here, and I want it to continue to be the place everybody comes.
Yeah, and as far as rents, I mean, it's private property. I can't control what somebody charges for rent. So, but I agree with you 100%. So,
right.
yeah, for what it's worth.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, miss. Appreciate you. Thank you, Miss Sharon. And then last one I got is Kirk Wilson, sir. All right, sir. Yeah, please, come on. The floor is yours. Yes. And just state your name and address for the record.
My name's Kirk Wilson, 4611 Muir Ridge Court.
Yes.
Since this board was instituted here, when it comes to all the new apartments, businesses and all that, how much of that tax money being paid by them goes to the township? Any percentage or anything that's being known, or?
Yeah. When I first found out, it was mind-blowing, but I'll let you hear from the horse's mouth, Mr. Wright. But correct me if I'm wrong, schools get about 60% so for every $1 you pay in taxes, school get about 60%. Ballpark, give or take, 20-25% goes to the county, and then the remaining amount comes to the township. So about 15% of every dollar you spend actually comes to the township. But Mr. Wright, am I wrong on that, right?
It's
Ballpark?
That ballpark, you're at 60, 20, 20, basically, 60, 20, 20.
Yeah.
And, because the county has inside millage and they have voted millage levies, the school districts anywhere are gonna consume. Depending on where you are in the township, we're very unique because we have multiple school districts. So most of Union Township is West Claremont schools. There is a significant portion that's Milford schools, a large portion on the northeastern section that is C&E schools, and then kind of the southeastern component, which is Batavia schools. And so every school district has a different millage rate. So if you're in the Milford district, your percentage that goes is a little higher. If you're in C&E, it's maybe a little less because they have an earned income tax in the district. But basically, that's correct. It's about 55 to 60%, and then 20, and then 20%. So that's what you see is, and then with that, and we went through, and I encourage everybody to watch the work session that we did in the meeting prior with the presentation. About 85 cents of every dollar that we receive in goes directly into safety services. So the men and women you saw here tonight from the police department and the fire department, that is the bulk of township spending.
And it should be.
Correct, and, you know, and we do everything else with the remaining 15% of that, those dollars.
Yeah, and my opinion is, if you have the money and everything, you know, like right now, over at we call it Helicopter Park, if you're a longtime residents here, you know, they're added the playground, and I guess, are you adding some kind of a splash pad thing or something over there? I'm
Not
sure
not at
what
the
else is being
helicopter
built.
park, not at Veterans, but we did at Klepper.
The thing would be to do that and then want to levy for police and fire. My personal thing is, if they need the money, they get it first. Before parks, anything. Okay, if you had $1 left over, 50 to the fire, 50 cents to the police, you know, that's my opinion on that. Taxes have been going insane for the last 5 or 6 years. It's putting a strain on a lot of people. Especially like, say, especially senior citizens. Nobody believes it's real anymore. You know, it's more or less contrived. You know, somebody says, hey, your house was worth $125,000 5 years ago. Now it's worth $300,000. So you're going to pay taxes on that. You know, and you're being Republicans. Republican. We put you in there because, in my mind, Republicans are just two things: limited government, low taxes. Taxes go for only what they're deemed to go to, which is basically the welfare of the township and then safety services, especially safety services. Because we're becoming, like, say, a small city, and they need all the help they can get on this. I went through the Citizen Police Academy several years ago, and that through the entire thing. And you get a real good respect for what they do for that. And my father was a police officer for 30 years. So I grew up around the police and everything like that. And, you know, definitely in that, I'm a big supporter. But in your minds, when you see this and all this development, and you say you're voting for more development, a lot of people are kind of against right now, what do you think is in your mind, what's the benefit to Union Township? I mean, you know, you take a look and say, hey, yeah, we're going to vote. We want to get these apartments in here. We want these businesses in here. In your mind, what do you think is the benefit to Union Township overall? You think it's because more people in here make it better, or we're more of a go-to destination, or is it revenue? What is it? You know.
Kirk, I appreciate your perspective of everything that you're sharing there, but I think you actually just nailed it too. You said limited government. You're asking a question right now that's really market economics and dynamics. And do you want me as government to tell business where to invest and how to do business? That doesn't really feel like limited government when I take a look at it. And that's kind of the dilemma, right? And when we talk about the parks, we had a small pocket park about 4 years ago by TQL that we were able to sell off for about $1 million and reinvest into some of the improvements that you see. I shouldn't even say improvements, taking care of the community's assets that we have, which are parks, right? About the 140 acres that there are. You want to take care of your house. There's maintenance that comes. There's things that get out of date. There's improvements. If you don't do that, so it's kind of a wash anyway. Selling a park, reinvesting some of those funds, receiving some grant funding into it, bringing some additional revenue into the township. But if you don't do that, what would you have me do with the park? I mean, would you want the township to sell off? You said you live by Helicopter Park. Would you want the township to sell off Helicopter Park if we say, hey, we're not going to invest, we're not going to take care of it, we're not going to maintain it?
Well,
And then that invites the same question. Business would buy it. Business would want to build in limited government. So that would be the dilemma. So we do the best within the governance and the system that we have to represent the people and listen to you. So
and
thank
that's
you
why
for
we
your
live in a
perspective.
township, not a city. Our main thing, yeah, so we have time, I can't tell.
Stop. It's fine. Go ahead.
I think I have about 1 minute left. Go
No,
ahead,
okay.
go ahead, it's okay.
our main thing is, you're right, businesses want to come in and they see land and they buy the land. Now, when it comes to zoning and everything, take a look and see if that's proper. But, apartments and that, really not, I've been in areas, where you had development. I've been in Union Township almost 50 years. Plenty of times here, living here for a long time and see the development over all the years. So you just have to take a look at it and, and we're becoming so saturated and it's putting a lot of pressure on the citizens. Less homeowners and everything, and the burden's being put on a smaller group of people. So there has to be a way to do something. Now, I know this board can't solve that question. The state of Ohio probably could really help if they would, but they don't care. I don't vote for them. I'll vote for anybody else that runs against them that's a Republican. But that's basically what I have to say. I just want to, the thing is what I've seen over the years, and I'm not saying about anyone here at this board, I've seen a lot of Republicans vote more like tax and spend Democrats than I've ever seen before. The Tea Party I think, was our last best hope, and it got taken over and everything. I voted for younger people because my generation's screwed it up enough. We're hoping you guys can fix it. And you're going to have to, because this type of country you live in now won't be here 20, 25 years from now because of what's happening now. And the decisions you make here, they make in the state or in federal. And these people, a lot of these people are my age and all that. They may not be around when it comes to pay the piper. You will. So, and I've known you guys have served, so you know what it is to love your country. And that's what it is. If we don't all prosper, then we all go down together. And with the way everything's going, it just seems to me like it's now, I don't think anybody's in cahoots or anything, but it's just the way the culture is now, to where it's just take and grab all you can, tax-wise. Take the money out of somebody's pocket and give it to somebody else. I mean, nobody gave me nothing in my life. I went there and I worked like a dog for all I got, and everything. And, if anybody needs help, I'm willing to help. I volunteered for Yale Rim Support Center for 20 years, and everything else in that. But, if you need help, I'll help.
Thank you, Kirk, very much. Thank you.
But we definitely have to, it starts with you younger people. You gotta get it, the change back and everything to keep this country another 100 or 250 years like it is now, because without it, this world would go up in smoke. That's all I got.
Thank you, Kirk.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Lynn, forgive me, come on up to the podium, Miss Lynn. Can you say your last name and then also your address for the record?
Javicki.
Oh, Javicki, okay, perfect, you
Lynn
got it.
Javicki,
Yes, ma'am.
880 Surrey Ridge.
Perfect. You have 5 minutes, the floor is yours.
Great. I voted for all three of you. I campaigned for all three of you. I'm disappointed very much in what two of you have been doing to allow this ridiculous overdevelopment of multi-unit residential in what used to be a really great area to live. I'm a realtor. I deal with people, lots of residents every day. I know what's going on around here. None of us like it. And you guys are either completely tone deaf or you just don't care about what your constituents want. I wasn't even going to get up here and talk until you gave your little speech, Mr. Logue, about limited government. What do you want us to do? Do you want us to tell people they can't develop? Well, I believe there's a master plan for this area, and there's zoning. And you guys are so quick to change that zoning that's supposed to be single-family residential into multi-unit, and now everything's a mess. The whole area is a mess. Property values are going down, and yes, that's what I do for a living. The demographics have changed, not in a positive direction. Crime up, traffic ridiculous. I lived here 33 years. Nobody in Eastgate ever honks their horn at somebody.
We wait patiently. That's who we are. Not anymore. You can't even get down Eastgate Boulevard without the person behind you honking at you. You guys, I'm holding you two responsible for ruining what was a very good community. And we're all sick of it. If you think you're ever getting voted in again, it will never happen. We want people who care about our community. Thank you very much.
Well, guys, we have voted down, the problem is perception's reality. And you have the apartments on Klepper and Buxton, which were approved, I don't know, a year or so before me and Mr. Becker took office. And then construction cost delays and all that. And so we didn't vote on that. The problem is the project started right now. The project started on, I've said this, I have said this almost every meeting, and yet, but perception is reality. Miss Lynn, I agree with you, and you don't like the two votes that me and Mike voted on. They were single-family residential homes valued at $500,000 apiece, not multifamily, not apartments. It's the only, he voted no, it's fine. We voted yes. We haven't voted on a single apartment building that's come across in 4.5 years. But perception's reality. You all see this construction going on, you're thinking this board, and you want to point fingers, and rightfully so. It's what, when you're sitting up here, you get fingers pointed at you, and I understand. That's okay. I can handle it. It's fine. Perception's reality. We have not voted on a single apartment that you see in this township. And if you don't like it, it's okay. I'm 3 years. I don't have to do this again. It's okay. You can blame it on me. It's fine. It's okay. But perception's reality. The two votes that you don't like are the ones that we voted on that were $500,000 is nothing to shake a fist at, for crying out loud. That's a nice, single-family, middle-class residential home. We voted in favor of that, and he voted it down. That was not apartments. That was not multifamily. And so there is no debate on it. That's just facts. And if you want to blame us for Buxton and Klepper, those apartments, go ahead. You want to blame us for the old Glen Estee site, that's okay too. Go ahead. We didn't vote on that. I didn't vote on that. That was before my time. The problem is you all see the construction now, and it's like, oh, these trustees, they keep doing it. We didn't vote it. The only thing we voted on was single-family residential homes, and he made a valid case of why he didn't want to, and we made a valid case why we wanted to. So I'm not gonna, I mean, it's okay, I get it, it's okay, but I appreciate you campaigning for me. I'm flattered, but I hate to just, if it's okay, my 3 years, if we're good and you think I've done a poor job, I don't have to run again, guys. It's okay. So, okay, I'll move on to one more. We got one more here. Okay, Ron Murphy, is that correct? Sir, please, come on, the floor is yours, 5 minutes, please. And then, like property, public, perfect, okay, please, yeah, floor is yours, 5 minutes, please.
My name's Ron Murphy, I live at 1024 Chrisfield, to Commons Eastgate. Know Mr. Campbell for a long time, and I know Mr. Clemens' parents. So I grew up around here. My wife's from Brooklyn, Indiana. I moved away for about 18 years, maybe, to Westchester area. My mom got sick. I moved back to this area, and I've been back here 12 years. But I live back here in the condominium complex where the old, backs up to the old school.
Yeah.
And we had a board meeting, annual board meeting, May 22nd. And it was here. We had 75 people at a meeting. It's probably 60 more than ever comes to a meeting. People are just tired of shenanigans and stuff that are going on back there with board and property management people. But we found out at the meeting that our board agreed to lease part of our common area for a public parking lot. And people were pissed off, to say the least. And, you know, my questions at the meeting was shock. Was it surveyed? Was it plotted out? The amount that we got, how did we come up with that amount? And I got one board member looked at the other and looked as dumb as the other one did. Nobody had any answers. So I got a petition started, went around the neighborhood, and had a lot of people sign it. Enough to keep them from being able to do what they're supposed to do. So I emailed the property manager and the board people. I came up here to the zoning office and really got nowhere. And finally, the property manager emailed me back last Friday, because I assured her that I knew, and I talked to some lawyers, that Ohio Revised Code 531104 states that they can't do nothing without 75% approval of the unit owners. So go back to Friday, I get a letter, email from the property manager stating that they changed our bylaws in 2020, which they probably knew about the development around here and things that were going on. So they changed the wording from on our bylaws, which I didn't know till Friday. They changed the wording from common areas, which by law in the state of Ohio, the unit owners own that. They changed it to common elements so they could try to circumvent what they're doing and selling our property or leasing our property from under our feet. And I'm gonna file an injunction. I'm moving, but I'm not giving up because my parents live back there, my dad. And you know, another thing was piggybacking on some of what these people said. You know, my place is paid for. I'm 62 years old. I thought I was in a good spot. It cost me $1,200 to live there, and I had a new house payment. So I got on the voter registration site and just did my street. And the demographic of the whole area is about the same. There's 40 people over 65 on my street. There's 29 people over 70. There's 23 people over 75, and there's 13 people over 80. Property taxes are $300. And go back like the one gentleman said, my dad lives back there since 1987. People across the street from me bought the same unit in 2020 for $120,000. My dad paid $85,000 in 1987. So his property value went up $35,000 in 33 years. Mine's almost doubled in 6 years. So you got property tax, our condo fees are ridiculous, which are gonna make these places unsellable. My concern is older residents aren't gonna eat, they aren't gonna get their medicines, they're gonna lose their house. You know, on top of leasing our property for $100,000 for 30 years. That's not worth $3,300 to me for shit. I don't want people parking up there all night, times of night. You got RJ's has been taken over, Johannes has been taken over, Dick's has been taken over. We don't need nobody racing back in the neighborhood or hanging out in that parking lot all hours of the night for $3,300. It's not happening. I'll file the injunction. I'll put up my own damn money. I'm gonna stop it.
Mr. Mayor, are you talking about
Because people are doing things behind people's back.
I'm just trying,
and I'm not
are
cool
you
with
talking
that.
about your HOA?
Yeah.
We don't have any governing body over your homeowners association.
But how can they put a parking lot up there?
Please, Mr. Wright, go ahead, please.
Sure. So that's a private contract between the HOA and who is proposing that?
The developer.
Yep. And you would be permitted to add a parking lot for that pool house today if the HOA decided to build one.
With the unit owner's discretion.
Yeah. So this is really what you're talking about is a private contract matter between, well, actually, it's
gonna be a public parking lot though.
well, it's whatever the terms negotiated between the landholder, the lessor, and the lessee. I mean, that's whatever terms they negotiate, that's what it is. That we don't have any regulatory purview on that whatsoever. So this is really, it sounds like what I'm hearing is you have a resident or a group of residents that disagree with the board action, e.g. your HOA's board
Everybody.
action, right? And you have a potential contractual dispute with another private party. I think that,
But the township didn't know that lot was going there?
well, no, I mean, it was shown on the zoning plan, but at the end of
Exactly.
the day, that's up to you guys if you want to allow them to put a parking lot in or not. I mean, we don't
It wasn't
dictate.
up to us. That's what I'm saying.
I think I'm trying to articulate that there is some group that represents the whatever, that
HOA
purports,
board.
that has the ability to make representations for the people of your community by your bylaws. And I'm not an attorney, but there is a board that hires like mowing grass and contracts out landscaping, right? And
Yes, sir.
does like maintenance and other things.
Yes.
So they make decisions for your group every day, right? Or whenever it's needed, right? Well,
That
that's a
kind, that
decision.
kind of stuff, but not,
Yeah,
not
right.
building of stuff or selling of land that belongs to the people that live back there.
Right, then what I'm trying to articulate is, if you disagree with an action that your HOA board has taken, then I think your
They broke the
venue,
law.
that your venue is to pursue that against the HOA board. That's the best advice I can give.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Murphy. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Ron.
Okay, Miss Lydia Workman. She still here? Okay. Hey, Miss Workman, please just state your name and address for the record, then 5 minutes. The floor is yours, miss.
My name is Lydia Workman.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
need my address also?
I do, yeah, for the record, yes.
4038 Ashwood Court.
Floor is yours.
Okay. I saw in the news the other day about an old coal mine that is no longer in existence for a few years now, but there's coal dust on the ground, and they're concerned that that coal dust, we get a lot of rain here, right? Everybody knows when they garden, if you got any dust or anything on the ground, and you get rain, that's gonna seep down to our water supply. So my question to you, now obviously you guys were not there when all those apartments and condos, so we can't blame that on you, because you guys didn't vote for that. But if this is discovered now and happening now, my question to you is, how are you gonna protect our water? We all drink, bathe, and cook with water. We need water. So that's my question.
Yeah, I don't want to pass the buck. The water's the county, though, unfortunately.
Okay, well, and you have no say-so?
We don't have any jurisdiction over, well.
None?
Mr. So the coal plant you're talking about is New Richmond, which the
former
county.
Beck Jordan.
Yeah.
Yes,
And-
the county issued a notice that
They're
they had an
suing them.
intent to sue based upon the unlined, it's fly ash. It's the byproducts of burning the coal, and they store it in these big pits, and I'm not an expert of it, but I mean, there's a lot there. And so the county there was, in the news, the county issued a notice of intent to sue, I believe, on that because of, there's interceptor wells and there are other things, and the well fields are down. I guess the way the water goes, the well fields are away from them, but it could get close, or something like that. But anyway, Claremont County Water and Sewer is the entity that operates water and sewer in basically all the townships in the county that have water and sewer. So their boundaries are coterminous with the county boundaries. Now, there are other private water entities like Western Water up in the northeastern part of the county, and Tate Monroe, which is kind of south and eastern, down by like Moscow and those areas, kind of the more rural areas. But for us specifically, it's Claremont County Water Resources and the Board of County Commissioners that is in charge of taking those actions to protect the water supply. And again, full disclosure, my kids drink the same water
Right,
that,
right.
Everybody here on the dais drink. So, I mean, it's
So they're the ones that are gonna be
the county commissioners.
potentially suing.
And I think, when do they meet? Is it it's like, I don't want to give people bad information, but it's. Every Wednesday, there you go. Every 10 o'clock.
Monday
there
and
you go.
Wednesday.
Yep, there we
I
go,
believe that's
perfect.
Pierce
Okay,
Township.
thank you.
So, yes.
Okay, now, Ms. Denise, you gave me one, but it's also for the new convenience store on 74. So you can speak now, but we will have a public hearings on this as well. So, it's your call. You can speak now, but we will have a specific public hearing on it. Yes, ma'am, it is tonight, just later on the agenda. Okay, yes, ma'am. Okay, so, is there any further public comments about anything? Okay, seeing none, I will close public comments. All right, we
Mr.
will.
Chairman?
Sir.
I just want to interject that the lady that just spoke, I believe she was referring to the Beckjord plant that's actually
Correct.
Pierce Township.
It's a Pierce Township, correct. Yeah.
Added that detail.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Beckman. Okay, department reports. All right, we will move on, and we have our fire and EMS services. Chief Clemens, sir, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Dills. In the month of May, the fire department responded to 198 fire and service calls, 595 EMS responses, making patient contact with 531 patients. We transported 440 patients to local hospitals. The fire department completed 1,249 hours of training. We're a part of 13 public education details. We hosted EMT, doctor, and medic ride time in a total of 28 hours. We completed 45 life safety inspections and 14 inspections in conjunction with Claremont County Building Department. And with tonight's 2 promotions, we are now full at the lieutenant level, which will open up to 4 overall vacancies within the department, which we are working towards filling. And that concludes my report.
Thanks, Chief Clemens. Mr. Becker, any questions?
No.
Mr. Logue?
No.
Okay, good job. Thank you, sir. And our police department, Chief Reese, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Dills. In the month of May, the dispatch center handled 5,261 calls for service, processed 503 juvenile and adult court documents for court processing. They handled 145 court notices for the officers, issued 1 vendor permit, handled 167 records requests, and redacted 2 body camera videos. In the area of public affairs, officers conducted 2 public relations events during the month of May, both of which were down in the polo fields where we did golf cart inspections for the residents down there. In addition, our department hosted participants from the Loveland, Miami Township, and Milford Junior Police Academy and trained them on our firearms simulator. In the Operations Bureau, officers took 324 incident reports, 101 crash reports, made 396 traffic stops, issued 149 citations, 249 written warnings, made 99 criminal arrests, 85 traffic arrests, and served 61 warrants. The police department currently has 2 open patrol officer positions and 1 open dispatch position, and that concludes my report, sir.
Good job, Chief. Thank you. Mr. Becker, sir.
Yeah, I got a couple things. So Chief, on the call-out reports, it's an item on here that unfortunately we see, seems like almost every month. ATM jackpotting, safe cracking at the Fairfax Credit Union Ivy Point. I guess kind of a rhetorical question here is, is there a neon sign out in the expressway that says, "Come rob us," the next exit? And these guys that got arrested, they're from Chicago. What is going on here? What can you tell us?
This is just kind of, as we spoke at in past meetings, this is just a trend that we're seeing across the country. We're certainly not alone in it. The group that we arrested that night, they were actually caught in Madeira trying to attempt the same thing. These are private credit union ATMs that they're hitting. I'm happy to say that of the 3 attempts we've had since the original one, none of them were successful, and we've made arrests on every incident with the help of some of our resources that we have out there with cameras and stuff. So it's just a trend that we're seeing. It's a Venezuelan crime spree, and we're certainly not alone with it, trust me.
Okay. Great, thank you for that. So the last thing I have then, weapons offense on Glendale Drive. So as I was reading through this, I was just curious. So the suspect was shooting at a target in an unsafe manner, discharge a firearm on or near prohibited premises. So what was a prohibited premises and what was unsafe?
Well, the gentleman that we arrested that night was simply standing outside his apartment complex, shooting into a hillside with a pistol, which is against the law, obviously. We were able to identify him with the help of a few other residents. Unfortunately, they're just misdemeanors. You'd think they'd be a little more serious than that, but we prosecuted them to the extent that we could.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
You're welcome.
You're good. Mr. Logue, sir?
Chief, you say the jackpotting, you're seeing a trend as a Venezuelan crime.
Yes, sir.
Is there any additional background on that? But that's across the country for specifically this type of offense?
Yeah, these jackpotting offenses, and what they basically are is you have one group of subjects will stop and they'll try to download malware into the ATM, and then they'll wait a day or two, and then the second group comes through, usually in the middle of the night, and then attempts to withdraw money, basically trying to get into the ATM through the malware. So every crime report and intelligence report that we're reading across the country is that this is a Venezuelan thing. And every person that we've arrested, and we've arrested somebody on every incident we've had, whether they were successful or it was an attempt, they've been Venezuelan. So that's been pretty consistent.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Thank you, Chief. And our service department, Mr. Matt Taylor, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Dills. In the cemetery division, from May 1st through the 31st, 20 burials were performed. generating $15,075. 15 resident graves were purchased, generating $10,500. 3 non-resident graves were purchased, generating $5,100. 14 columbarium niches were purchased, generating $24,000. 1 cremation scattering garden was purchased for $600. The total amount generated for the period was $58,091. Parks Division, park staff continues the daily cleaning and maintenance at all the township parks and weekly mowing and trimming. It is consistent in the parks as well. And in the Roads Division, a total of 131 potholes were filled on 15 streets, and a total of 27 work orders were completed on multiple township roads. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Becker, sir.
No.
Oh, Mr. Logue?
Mr. Taylor, we were through the park the other night. Again, I've never seen the community, Clever Park, Veterans Park, so busy. Real testament to your team's service and attention to it. Appreciate that. I mean, it's remarkable how vacant they were. And now when you go in, there's people, basketball, soccer, the playground, both baseball diamonds at Clever Park, those young adults with disabilities having a co-league type game, and pickleball, and people in the dog park. I mean, like everybody was out enjoying it and using it. And, I like to think from a community benefit standpoint too, that gets people out doing something positive. And then we're not visiting the type of questions and stories that we hear in the investigative reports from Chief Reese over here as well too. So it's a layered approach for governance, and we appreciate what you do for that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Good job. Thank you, sir. All right. Our Planning and Zoning Director, Mr. Craig Flauty. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. I'll start out with the May inspections. We had 34 total inspections with 16 complaints. There were 2 unfound complaints with 14 warning citations issued. 15-day noncompliance letter totaled 3, with 2 30-day violation letters going out. There were 15 resolved with or without action, 518 illegal signs removed, 14 miscellaneous issues handled, total for the month of 17 violations, with 10 of them being re-inspected, and a total of 12 nuisance being filed. The permit activity for the month of May, we had 1 commercial permit, 7 change of use, 2 signs, 12 single-family homes, 4 additions, 3 decks, 7 accessories, 16 pools and fences, for a monthly total of 52 permits totaling $13,030 in total revenue, which brings the total monthly permit numbers for the year so far to 216, with a total revenue of the year being $53,959. And that concludes my report.
Nice job, Mr. Flauty. Mr. Becker, sir. Mr. Logue?
I appreciate the report structure with the prior year actuals. It's a nice quick reference to see where things are at. Like for example, multifamily development is a big 0. So yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it was your idea, wasn't it, Mr. Becker?
The year-over-year.
Yeah, nice job. Yeah, Mr. Flauty, good job on your first report, sir. Well done. Good to see you up here. Absolutely. All right, Mr. Wright, our administrator for the township, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir, and I'll be brief, because I know there's a lot on the agenda tonight. So we're underway on the engineering for the old State Route 74 sidewalks. That's the safety grant from ODOT between Schoolhouse and Buxton. So again, enhancing pedestrian activities. That's a 90-10 grant. We applied for STBG TA funding to OKI for the sidewalk expansion along I-Colts. That was reviewed today. We received word under the TA that there were 7 projects submitted, and the amount or total submitted was just over the total funding allotment, so I'm feel very good that we might stand a chance in that funding bucket to extend that down to Eastgate Boulevard. We also submitted a CDBG grant for Summerside Road sidewalks. Access control upgrades are in process. And one other thing, we also have a pending systemic safety grant for Summerside sidewalks as well with ODOT. Again, that's a 90-10 program. The culvert lining that the SID advanced in cooperation with the township at Miami View Trail on Terrace Ridge is now complete. The work looks outstanding. It looks absolutely bomb-proof, and that should last at least another 30 to 50 years, I would guess. So thank you for your support and the SID for working to get that taken care of. We're waiting on the road resurfacing program to start. As I mentioned, we were able to add additional roads due to the about 40% savings that we achieved through the county pavement program at no additional cost to the budget. The Safe Routes travel plan work is underway. Mr. Woodruff and Mr. Flouty are working on that. We've had really strong engagement from the schools, which is good, and the parents that fill out the surveys in that. We're waiting on the official announcement on OPWC for the Elmont Drive Old 74 improvements. We unfortunately did not receive federal or state funding through the budget process for the feds or the capital budget for the state. The good news is the federal representative here was very receptive. It was just a matter of priority, and they encouraged us to reapply for the fire training tower. So again, we'll put that project on the shelf, continue to apply for funding until we're able to acquire enough grant funding to advance that. So, and we do that a lot with projects. There was a question tonight asked about Veterans Park. That is the phase one. That's a ADA patio enhancement for the pavilion and pond area that was paid for 75%. It's a reimbursement grant from ODNR. So again, returning state dollars back to Union Township in that. It's 75-25 on that. So that'll be very nice when that's done. That'll be an ADA compliant patio. All the tables that were procured through the county park grant program will be remounted on that. We have some housekeeping items for the CIC. We have a special use vehicle resolution, which will regulate the specific behavior that was discussed during public comment. We have a JED 1 contract amendment that we're working in concert with Milford. We have a second Nature Works grant application, again 75-25, trying to stretch those dollars, and nuisance vegetation resolution for the board's consideration. Finally, there is a consideration for a resolution of necessity this evening, so we'll go into that.
Good. Mr. Becker, sir. Mr. Logue?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. I was hoping, I know it's tough when our department heads are just rattling off a bunch of things, and so for what it's worth, because basically everything is paid for out of a pot of money. It's called the general fund, and in this case, he's telling us that basically we applied for sidewalk grants, and the grants come from either the county, they come from the state, or they come from federal. Basically, it's your tax dollars, but they're not directly associated with the township, and we're trying to apply to get those grants to come back and help us fund these projects. That's what he's talking about when he says that. So thank you, Mr. Ray. Good job there. Okay, moving on. All right, public hearings. And, all right, we got two tonight. Looks like our first one will be Union Township zoning case 2-22-Z as in Zulu. It is for 1005 Old State Route 74. And, okay, Mr. Ray, you explain this one, or is this Mr.
Sure, and Mr. Flouty came into this late while I was wearing both hats, and I appreciate him taking on one of those. So this is a major amendment to a PD case. If we could put the PowerPoint up, please, that would be good. I think the first one is 222Z here, major amendment 1005 Old State Route 74. This would amend the plan for a new 7-Eleven Speedway at the corner of Paul Drive and Teal Town and Old 74. There's an existing retail formal plan on this site that was advanced a few years ago, but ultimately did not conclude because the sale fell through. We've had the property remarketed. have a very competitive offer in that, and this particular project would be, a standard fuel center canopy and a convenience store in that. Based upon the review of the site plan, it's compliant with the comprehensive land use plan. This is in the Summerside-Willowville mixed-use corridor. We have these types of uses in the corridor. Infrastructure capacity has been significantly upgraded. Anybody that drives through there can see that. And you can see that the plan is compliant with both the county's access management standards and what the township advances with primary access situated off of Paul Drive at the signal and another secondary right-in, right-out, making use of the existing access point that was preserved during the reconstruction of Old State Route 74. The PD district regulations have been provided for the board's review, as have the relationship and the analysis based on the comp plan in that. So kind of going through this proposal, again, it's brick, stone, some masonry, some glass. Again, 7-Eleven branding on this. One comment we did have, the pillars need to have brick, stone, and masonry enhanced on that to match the building. Dumpster enclosures need to be similarly situated. Monument-style signage, again, observing, you can see here the standard rendering for the canopy, not acceptable. We would require an upgraded canopy provision consistent with other projects that have been approved in the township. If you do look at that, they do have a sidewalk, prior sidewalk that was added off Spruce Creek. We've noted that that needs to be preserved in that so that pedestrian access remains to that complex in the rear there. And then looking at the site, this is really a commercial review. This is consistent with the retail operation that was previously approved. And, just looking at other items of congruence with the plan, you need monument signage, you have to have dark sky compliant lighting. And again, a lot of these things are things that we can work through during the permitting process in that. So there are, I won't read all of them, there's 10 recommendations. Those are posted online under the upcoming cases. Everybody can see those. Everybody sees the same packet you guys do. Agency comments, finalized plat with consolidation, pedestrian sidewalks preserved and augmented, high-quality building materials subject to administrative review and approval, including the pillars. Parking areas shall be delineated with type 6 curb, drive aisle dimensions called out, final landscaping plans for administrative review and approval, lighting for administrative review and approval, dumpster enclosure, matching the structure, signage, administrative review and approval, and compliance with other PD plan checklist kind of performance details that we'll handle at the staff level. So the action this evening is in accordance with 680 through 687 of the zoning resolution to approve with additional modifications, or deny this major amendment. And again, I presented the 10 staff recommended. I think there's 10. Did I miss one? No, I think there's 10. 10 staff recommendations. Happy to answer any questions.
Sure, Mr. Wright. Vice Chair, any questions for Mr. Wright?
Yeah, Mr. Wright, did I hear you say 7-Eleven branding?
That's what they represented, yes. So Speedway and 7-Eleven are dual owned, and they can either go 7-Eleven or they can go Speedway. We received an initial proposal with Speedway. They since rebranded this to 7-Eleven. This is the most updated rendering we received.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. 'Cause I've been, all this time, I've been thinking Speedway.
They're same parent corp.
I thought the same thing. Yeah.
Okay, that's all.
Mr. Logan, any questions?
No, I'm not.
Mr. Wright, what is, how large is that land?
It's about an acre, acre and a half, a little over an acre and a half.
All right, 1.5 acres, and then, did I hear you correctly that this was, somebody else had an LOI on this a couple years ago, and they're already previously approved?
We had
But financing fell through?
Yes, we had a purchase contract that did not conclude. I was not here when the contract was terminated.
Yeah.
I believe Mr. Campbell may have been here and had to refund earnest money in relation to that, but it was tied up for some time and then did not go through.
Got it. Okay, just a little bit of history there. And the township currently owns that property, correct? Okay,
Yes, sir.
all right, that's all I got. Okay, gentlemen, this is a public hearings case, and so, all right, gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion to open public hearings, Union Township zoning case 2-22-Z as in Zulu, PD major amendment.
So moved.
Second.
And no discussion. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr.
Becker? Yes. Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
The public hearing is open at 7:21 PM.
All right, so here's how this works. We're strictly talking about this case. And when you have the floor, same thing as before, but this time I have to swear you in. It's a little bit different. And then there is no time limit. So if you want to be here till 10 o'clock tonight, we can. It's up to you. It's okay. But with that being said, you like to start with the proponents first. So potentially maybe the developers, anyone that is for this case, let them speak first, and then let everyone get through, and then we'll go with the opponents that are against the case. And then I like to have the developers come back up and maybe answer any of those questions that might have come up that were the folks who were against. So with that being said, anyone that's for the case, please. Yeah, please come on up, sir. Yeah. All right, because it is public hearing, I do have to swear you in. All right. Please raise your right hand. Oh, well, you can both come on. I have to swear you both in if you both want to come up at the same time. All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great, and then both of you just state your name and address for the record, and we'll get started.
Jason Horowitz, 9010 Overlook Boulevard, Brentwood, Tennessee.
All right, perfect, Jason.
Eric Carter with Y Engineers, 10505 North College Avenue, Indianapolis, Indiana.
Great, you said Eric? Got it, okay, perfect, okay. Please, the floor is yours, sir, please.
Well, Mr. Wright pretty much gave my presentation, but I did have a couple more slides in there. I don't know if we can go
We,
through them.
we condense them for brevity.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we agree with all conditions, preserving the sidewalks. We're adding sidewalks along Paul Drive there. You know, we worked with the township on upgrading the standard 7-Eleven prototype, and we agreed to upgrade the canopy as well. So yeah, this, as of Thursday or Friday, all new speedways that we've been working on are going to be rebranded to 7-Eleven, at least the ones we're working on in our company. But this is something new just came out, so this will be branded a 7-Eleven. I know about 4 or 5 years ago, 7-Eleven bought Speedway, so they own and operate all the speedways around. But so this will be, and this is their Gen 2 prototype, but we have upgraded it in talks with the township and, you know, making something nice and more than just the prototype. So that's kind of what you see there. All lighting meets the standards, everything down lighting stays on site. And we're here for any questions.
Okay. Mr. Vice Chair?
Yeah, I got a question. So, you know, specific to this project as well as kind of generally of getting the gas stations more broadly, I've heard repeatedly, you know, I guess for years now, and specific to this, does Union Township really need another gas station? How do you answer that question to the public?
I mean, I could probably take that, and again, Jason here, obviously, thank you, Corey, Mr. Wright, been super helpful for a number of months, trustees, for your time. You know, I work, again, we're for GBT Realty, we're a developer, Nashville, Brentwood, Tennessee. You know, we typically kind of follow our retailers versus other developers that kind of go out and chase clients. So this group, 7-Eleven, is one we've worked with for years. They really drove us to Union Township to this. You know, we are working in a number of other townships and in Claremont County as well, but, and obviously we don't represent all of the 7-Elevens, you know, going on in the 50 states in the U.S. But, you know, we really trust their research when they say, hey, we believe that there's the correct traffic count here on this road, on this street here at this intersection. There's, you know, local folks that may utilize it, may choose not to, free country. There's folks that are visiting, coming through on this state road that, you know, county road, excuse me, that will stop or not. But essentially what I'm trying to say, apology, not doing brevity, to use your word, Mr. Corey, we really trust the retailer when they say, hey, you know, we're going to do well at this location. We certainly, you know, are investing, I think this is about an $8 million project. We're not going to go pour that into a township, county, city if we don't think our end user is going to be successful. And so, again, I am not privy to all of their internal data of sales and how they believe they're going to be successful here, but they've clearly studied the market, you know, radii of their other gas stations, competitors, like I said, households around here, customers driving on the road. So condensing it, they believe they will be successful. There certainly are other gas stations, not the first one, but they see a need in the community, and we're here to attempt to fulfill that.
One more question, Chairman. So also, so directly across the street, there's a gas station, convenience store, just down a little bit, not immediate area, is a drive-through beer place. What kind of impact are the sales, particularly, the same stuff that's at the drive-through, going to impact that? I mean, we don't want to see, any small mom and pops going out of business. What are your thoughts?
I could take that. I mean, I would be conjecturing, if that's a verb. I mean, anecdotally, where I live in Nashville, there's a number of 7-Elevens that have popped up, a couple of which we have worked on, most of which we haven't. It's other developers or 7-Eleven self-developed. I haven't, seen a lot go out. It's also, a growing city. This is obviously also a growing area. So I just think I would be looking at a crystal ball, and if I could say, I think that they can coexist with other folks. Obviously there are competitors, so they're trying to have some business, but I believe that they're looking at the growth in the area and more customers over time, and not necessarily just trying to, poach customers that are going to other competitors. Sort of a coexisting type of relationship. Hopefully, I can't predict that.
Mr. Logue, sir.
No, nothing at this time. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Becker, I had, because when Mr. Wright first informed me that you folks wanted to put your gas station on that land, I thought the exact same thing. I'm like, so it's an $8 million investment project, is that correct? Ballpark?
Yes, sir. Ballpark between the land,
So I'm
building,
assuming,
site work.
I don't have $8 million in my bank account, so I assume you're a lot smarter than me, but I just was surprised, because you got UDF, and then you got the two other gas stations, right, the Exxon right there, and I was like, yeah, I was very intrigued. I was like, I don't know how y'all are gonna do it, when there's 3 of them right there as well. I agreed, and, so, okay, fair enough, okay. That's good, and then if you could do me a favor, we're gonna have, I got some cards here, so we'll probably have some folks come up and talk. Whatever concerns they have, I'll try to write them down as well, but maybe so you can come back up and try to address them and just, obviously plead for your case. But please, Mr. Logue, go ahead.
Well, I do have one quick question, or it's a comment that came to mind. As Mr. Becker asked the question, does Union Township need a gas station? I guess I'll just pose, does Union Township need $1 million electric vehicle charging station? Because I am against that, and I oppose that still to this day. So, ready for you. When you want to rescind that, we can get it crushed and done. So say no to $1 million being spent on electric vehicle charging stations. I just need Mr. Becker to help support that.
You're just
against it
charged
for
up
me.
on that topic, aren't you?
You've heard me talk about it. I don't want to see $1 million of taxpayer funds wasted, so. All right.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, you came from Tennessee, you came from Annapolis?
Indianapolis.
Oh, Indianapolis, okay. Appreciate you both traveling and coming to our township very much, regardless how it turns out. But appreciate you both traveling and coming here.
Absolutely. Thank you for
Much appreciated.
hearing us.
Thank you both, gentlemen. Thank you.
Do you want to recognize this?
I want to recognize, and again, I forwarded this to the board the day that we received it. So we received a letter that was entered into the permanent case file from Swami Petroleum Corporation, and that's Kuntal and Mona Patel, Swami Petroleum Corporation. I won't read the letter, it's 2 pages. The board has a copy of it, and again, articulates opposition to that. So I just wanted to make sure that that was recognized and entered into the record.
Oh, roger that. Thank you, sir. Okay, is there anyone else that is a proponent of this case, that is for the 7-Eleven gas station? Okay, seeing none, let's do opposition. Okay, I got, is it Denise Seiler? Okay, Denise, and then it is a public hearing. I got to swear you in, and then state your name and address for the record, okay? Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great, then go and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Denise Seiler. I live at 4755 Shepherd Road. We have been in business in this township for 42 years. Our little drive-through that one of you just didn't remember the name of when you were spouting off all the other ones, but we've been there a long time, the longest of all the other places. So we have seen more and more and more same businesses come in on a 1-mile stretch of road between Tealtown and Buxton. And he said people will come through, travel through. Well, you can't travel through anymore because it's a dead-end road now. It dead ends back at 32. So it's not like a pass-through anymore. You have to make an effort to get there. And convenience stores, just in their whole, are just that. It's in the name, convenient. We service the people in this small little area over by where we are. People don't come from Clough Pike. People don't come from Milford. People don't come from anywhere else in the township. We service just them, and we have a very good, loyal customer base, which is probably why we're still there when we're competing against 5 more convenience stores. Well, there's 5 total on that one strip. We're the only one that doesn't sell gas. We are not supported by a major corporation. And you asked how they could possibly sustain with that much competition. If you know anything about business, you know that they come in and they will lower their prices and lower their prices to steal our business until we go out of business, and then they'll jack their prices back up. That's how it works. We've been dealing with that for years. Now, I know a lot of the other stores, I don't really know the people. I met Mr. Patel last week, which is the only way I knew about this meeting at all, is one of our employees stopped in there and spoke with him, and he said, do you guys know about this? And we were like, no, we don't. The last thing our community needs is another convenience store gas station. It's just plain ignorant to put that many in a 1-mile stretch of road. There is not enough business to sustain all of us. It's just not. There's one pie, and it's been divided more and more and more over the years. We can't just keep dividing that pie, then there's not left enough for any of us to sustain if we keep making everybody's slice smaller. I'm asking you not to do this. We are a large part of this community. We care about our community. We've lived here our whole lives. We raised our son here. He's going to take over our business. There's not going to be a business if you keep plopping down a new convenience store every 5 minutes drive. You can throw a ball and hit each one of us from one little area. That's how close we all are. And I know that other stores are on the strip are concerned. I've talked to several of them, that this is just going to be less business for them. I mean, I don't have to worry about the gas part of it, but they all do. We just have to worry about the convenience store, and I'm confident that we will sustain. We'll probably have to make cutbacks like we did for the last 3 years with the road construction and the closure of the bridge. Less people going by our store. We've had to make cutbacks and sacrifices, but now that the bridge is open, well, I guess they're going to be cutting up in front of us again, doing whatever it is they're doing down the road. Not sure about that yet. They can't put flags in front of us. So I'm just asking you to, I mean, I know it's probably already a done deal, and this is a formality, but I'm hoping not. I hope that you will do the right thing by the people who live in the community. We live in the community. I don't know about the people that own all the other stores, if they live in our community, but we live in our community. We built a business. This is our entire life's work. And every time you turn around, you just passed one, another drive-through at the other end, just not too long ago. And now you're probably going to pass this one tonight. I hope not. I hope that you think about the actual people that live in the community, that they don't want this. You heard the people applaud. And I don't know these people, but they applauded when you said when you, Mr. Becker, said we don't need another one. We don't. It's just a really stupid decision. There are so many more things that could go in there that would actually benefit the community, not just be yet another major corporation plopping down and bringing money from other states or that owned by people in other states. We live here. We need to stop adding more competition. I understand competition's good, but this is not competition. This is just mom and pop squashing is what it is. Mom and pop stores cannot compete against major corporations from other states that want to just open up another store in our business. Well, that's really all I have to say. I hope you make the right decision.
Mr. Becker, do you have anything? Mr. Logue?
I appreciate your comments, though.
Thank you.
By the way, Ms. Denise, I have been through your drive-through on a number of occasions, by the way, for what it's worth, so, yes.
Okay, well, I hope we're still there for you to come through after tonight.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Go
I
ahead.
I do have a question. I was talking with Holman's down the road recently, and they said that since again, long time planning, well before our board, but now that ODOT and the roadways are open, they said that they have ramped up in their sales and their foot traffic and everything coming through. Have you, since some of the roads and bridges and things being, I mean, have you seen a rebound? Have you seen an increase? And they
Since when? Since the bridge opened?
they expressly said to me that they're like the number 3 sales site in the state now, for GMCs. So I was thinking, the businesses surrounding there, are you guys seeing any
Well,
type of
We closed down the
anomaly?
road for an entire year redoing it, which is fine. We knew that was happening. Then you closed down the going across for a year
Not
before.
not us, we didn't close it,
Okay,
but since,
well, it was closed down
Yeah,
for a year before they even started the bridge. It's been closed down for 3 years. Traffic was routed from the area that we actually, all the customers all lived back in that area. They would come down to Tilltown and they were routed left to be able to go over to Restaurant Row or Sam's or Walmart. Everybody was routed away from us. Yes, our business, since that bridge was down, did go down. We're hoping that now it's open, and now the easy way to get back over there is to pass by us. You know, you can't expect, we had a lot of customers from the other side of the highway that couldn't get to us
Yeah.
conveniently. It takes an extra 20 minutes the way it was routed before down Buxton and all that madness. So I can't say that business has been better in the last 5 years, it hasn't. But that's strictly traffic. But now we're hoping that with the bridge being open, that we'll be able to pick back up the people that couldn't get to us quickly.
well, if that's the canary in the coal mine for Hope, that's what I was referencing, is that they have seen a large increase, and that's, I just wanted to hear your
Well, the bridge
perspective.
has only been
if-
open for a few days. So
Correct,
we haven't
yeah.
seen that increase yet.
That's right, and that's the hope that I have for you, so, okay, thank you.
Yeah, and let me say for everyone that comes up to speak, I don't want to speak for all three of us, but we don't like, it's a very dangerous, slippery slope when the township owns land just to own land. We don't like to do that, and I'm saying we, so if these two want to correct me, that they can. So right now, the township owns that property, and we don't, unless we have to, like we obviously own this property, we have to, but unless we have to, we don't like to own property. It belongs to the public, it belongs to, a business, something. So, for what it's, so my one question that I'll have for any other folks that want to come up and speak, and actually about this zoning case and the next zoning case, because we own that property as well. Is anybody willing to buy that property for the same amount? Number one, which maybe it's an unreasonable ask, but it's a question. And number two is, if you don't want these folks to buy it and you don't want us to vote it down, okay, do you have any ideas, any suggestions? No, we don't want a gas station, but it's got to be, because we don't want the property. We need to dump it and get rid of it. The town, it's slippery when government comes in and buys up a bunch of land. It's slippery slope. I don't like, it's dangerous. And I think I can speak for both these guys, and they're more than welcome to correct me, but we don't want to go buy land. That's not what we want to do. So we own the property. We don't want it. We got to get rid of it, but we got to make the best use for it. So my suggestion is, tell us why you don't want it, why you want us to vote it down, but what else would you want us to put there? What else do you want us to do with it? For what it's worth. So, okay, next one I got is, Jason, okay. All right, is it Kunto Patel? All right, sir, please, come on up, floor is yours. And then I'll swear you in. All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Great, please, name and address for the record.
Kuntal Patel, 1006 Old State Route 74. Obviously, I own the Exxon gas station.
Yeah.
We've been there since 20 years now. We're family owned. It's Exxon is just the franchise name we have, but it's all owned by family. And we've been working there really hard, and we're trying to, within less than 3 miles, we'll have 9 gas stations, 2 drive-throughs. So why are we killing all the small businesses? That's my concern. And like when the traffic got rerouted now, like as Denise said, to the other side, rather than they're making all right turns to get to 74, when they took up the 32's access to westbound 32, obviously. That's lowered our business a lot. And now it has affected more, and now we're getting bigger corporation, which kills the gas prices in the area, which obviously there is no money to it, but they sell it below cost, where we can't compete with them. So they say they will compete, they will not take the customers away, but they do by lowering the gas prices, by selling below cost, where we can't, small stores can't compete. So that is my question, and why are we, do we really need 9th gas station in that area? We could have a nice restaurant or any other where people can enjoy it.
Mr. Becker, sir, any questions? Mr. Logue? By the way, Mr. Patel, during season, you have your blue ice cream, right?
Yes, sir.
I know that because I go there often. My kids love it. Mine's them of, it's the Kings Island ice cream, they call it, so
Yes,
for what
sir.
it's worth. So I
Yep.
go there often, so, but I appreciate you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patel.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. I got Nathan Royce. All right. Nathan, I think you know the drill probably? Yeah. All right. State your hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely.
Great. Name and address for the record, sir.
My name's Nathan Royce. I live on Emery Ridge Drive in McGuffey Lakes. I'm gonna say the same thing everybody else said. Too many gas
What's the
stations on a
address?
super road.
What's
What's
your
that?
address?
1186 Emery Ridge Drive in
Thank you.
McGuffey Lakes, sorry. It's kind of ridiculous. I don't know why they wanna do it, other than they know that they can put 4 other gas stations out of business pretty easily. Makes sense. What I would recommend that the township thinks about is force them to buy one of those other gas stations to build there, if that's what they want to do. If it's such a great area for another gas station, build it there. I don't know Kuntal well enough to know if he'd be willing to sell it. I bet he would if they're paying so much money. That's my thought there. How many thousand gallons of gas is underground on Old 74?
Probably a little bit.
Does anybody know?
I do not know.
So what's Speedway gonna do with the other 2 gas stations at the other ends of those roads? One of them's a dump. The other one's a traffic nightmare. Now they're gonna have another one sitting here. Against Mr. Logue, I just flew from Florida to drive my electric car home, so that's why I did that. I appreciate a lot of time that.
So are you the one that told him?
I'm not.
You and him driving around your electric vehicles together.
I'm not. I literally haven't got to drive mine. I've been in Florida at my other house. So,
All right. That's nice.
I feel so bad for you.
I appreciate it. A lot of people up here are customers of mine. Kuntal and Mona are customers of mine at their houses, at their business. Speedway's not. The Speedway at the other end should be condemned for health reasons. I mean, it's literally the most disgusting place in probably this part of Fremont County, minus a chicken wing place that we won't talk about. That's all I got to say is there's literally thousands of gallons of fuel in this one stretch of land. Is it safe to keep adding more? I don't know. I don't know the environmental impact of more and more gas under the ground in the same spot. I mean, I think from all the stuff we've talked about in the past with building new neighborhoods, which I love the idea of, it's more residential houses for me to do lawn care on, so I love that idea. But you're now talking about all this gas rolling down Teal Town to a nature center when they start leaking. So, I don't know. That's all I got.
Well said. Thank you, sir. Mr. Becker, did you have anything? Mr. Luke?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Royce. Appreciate you. Okay, it's the last card I have. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this? Seems like the consensus is kind of the same. Okay. And then, yeah, well, please, come on up. Oh, sorry, jeez, I'm off my game. All right, sorry. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please, and the name and address for the record, sir.
My name's Corey Seiler, 986 Old State Route 74. I'm gonna keep it short. This is just gonna hurt business for everybody who's already there. I know it's your job to build up more businesses, but it's also part of your job to help the ones that are already around stay in business. So, either bring something new and shiny in, or maybe support the people who've been here for years.
Well said. Okay, well, we're gonna offer time to, okay. Is there anyone else that is in opposition to this? Oh, please, come on up, please. Miss, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. Then state your name and address for the record so Mr. Campbell can get it.
Sharon Novacek, 4658 Blackberry Lane, off of, in Willowbrook, off of Teal Town.
Yep.
I think the point has been made about the saturation of gas stations in that whole area. And really, I don't feel like we have the need for another one. And there's actually just another Speedway a mile or so down the road. So I don't know why we need two. But anyway, I do have a question for the developers on that lot. There is a very lovely buffer of trees and old shrubs, just greenery between the apartments and on two sides of the land. Does that buffer, is that part of the apartment property or this property in question?
Good question. Do you have that pulled up? Mr. Wright, do you have that answer for us, sir?
I hope you're not asking me to see that.
There is some buffer there. I think that some of that buffer is on the actual apartments. You can kind of see the property lines there.
Yeah, I see that, yeah.
So it's probably split down the middle. So they've got some of it there. I mean, clearing and grading, they have to control the water on the site, things like that. But and there will be, the apartments aren't touching their portion, so.
Yeah, I
So-
understand
so-
that.
So for the most part, yes, the buffer will be there.
Yeah,
Because
you
it's
can
on the
kinda see-
apartment's property.
You can actually see, this is great. If you look at this has got the site plan, the line work overlaid on the aerial. And you can kind of see most of the line work and the site work stays completely out of that. Most woods are actually on the apartment project.
I'll trust you because I can't see it.
Yeah, it's hard to see. The lights kind of grayed out a little bit, but you see that kind of the brown area that runs like an
Like
L?
this? Yes.
Yes, yeah, where the cursor is. Most of that, if you see that dashed line, more than half of it is on the apartment site. There you go.
good.
You can kind of see it there, so. And they don't look like they show much of an impact to that. In fact, the dumpster screen stops short of that, so.
Yeah, because it goes around
Yes,
the other side too.
yes.
Okay, that's actually good, because if you live in those apartments, what you don't want to look at is the back of a gas station, stinky dumpsters, rats, mice, cats.
Sure.
So I'm glad to hear that. And as far as something else we would like to have built there, I would actually like you all to kind of think out of the box a little bit, instead of gas stations, vapes, tire stores, all the usual fast food. Could we get like a Grater's in there? And if there's enough room for another small business? That's my suggestion, Grater's.
I'd settle for a Dairy Queen.
I talked to the graders people last month. I keep on annoying them.
Continue, please.
I'll
I
just-
would like to see something like that in that area as opposed to another gas
I hear ya.
station. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, miss. All right, thank you. All right, is there anyone else that's in opposition? No, you don't have to, it's okay, you can come on up, but I'll get you next, sir. Okay, miss, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great, then please go and state your name and address for the record.
Holly Holt, 4627 Blackberry Lane, also known as consistently suspended on the Nextdoor app. So I will try to keep this brief.
It's okay, please.
And try to contain my emotions. I kind of disagree with Sharon about the ice cream, because then that would affect Mr. Patel's blue ice cream, which I really like too. We have the Ameristop down the street. We have the other gas station with the drive-through down the street. We have the Exxon, we have the UDF, we have the Speedway down the way, we have Meijer, and we have Kroger, all with gas pumps. How much are we driving? It's ridiculous. I've lived here my entire life. Most of it on Teal Town or off of Teal Town. And I've never been to one of these meetings before, maybe when I was younger with my dad or something. But I've had enough of the overdevelopment, the construction. It's too much. I like And I'm not like I'm not against growth, but I'm against overdevelopment. And I don't want us to look like Kenwood Town Center in 5 years, or Westchester. We don't live here for that. When, I work downtown, and when I tell people where I live, they're like, oh, that's the boonies. Well, not anymore. Not anymore, it's not. We used to live out here because it was quiet, because it was green. Now, just because something is green and flat, you guys want to build stuff on it. Can't we just leave it alone? Make it a dog park, I don't know. Make it a covered area with picnic tables. Something other than another gas station or a crappy fast food place. And I don't know if I'm gonna stay for the whole meeting, but please no more apartment complexes or high-density developments, please. That's all I got.
Thank you, Ms. Holt. Mr. Becker, do you have anything?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holt. Thank you. Park. Okay, I saw one more. Yeah, please, come on up. Okay, sorry. Okay, please raise your right hand, and then do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
And this, obviously, name and address for the record, sir.
My name is Alex Shepard, live on 826 Massachusetts Drive. Had kind of just like a pivot possibly to, there's a lot of opposition for the gas station, but on my side of the overpass towards where Jungle Gyms, it like used to be Biggs, we used to have a marathon in front of Biggs. We've lost the UDF, I think in the last year or so. And the only gas station we have locally where, I think is Sam's, I believe, unless you go towards 125. Would there be any kind of pivot to not having the area across the overpass be so congested and maybe allow a 7-Eleven to go in where the old UDF used to be, which is already a gas station, or anywhere we have vacant land on that side of the overpass that won't affect the businesses that are already settled in?
What was your first name?
Alex?
Alex, number one, I thought the same thing when Mr. Wright tells us this proposal. But yes, so the UDF shut down, and actually UDF is working hard to get another retail outlet in there. But we approved last month on that side of 32 for like a state-of-the-art UDF to go in. So there will be a UDF on that side of 32,
Okay.
the north side of 32, or no, south side of 32. Geez, sorry. Over there on Buxton, correct?
Yeah, Klepper and Buck.
Yeah, Klepper and Buxton. Have you ever been to like the Miami Township one over by the Milford High School?
Yeah.
Very similar to that. It'd be really nice, state of the art. It's going over there. For what it's worth. But that is it as far as a gas station, correct?
We had Alpha,
Yeah,
which
but didn't they
They're
pull
in
out?
deed restrict, UDF's
they,
deed
Alpha
restricting.
has not moved forward.
Yeah. So you know the property by is it Sonic, right? So there's a property by Sonic. Alpha wanted to go in there, and but I think they've kind of backed out from last I've heard. We approved it, but they backed out. So
Yes.
So
It's
the
just
only one
unfortunate.
that
I was
is
just hoping there would be some kind of way that,
Yeah.
we could put a gas station where there isn't any gas stations and kind of everybody more or less wins. It might not be ideal for the most ideal situation for current local business owners and everything, but there's definitely places we could put it that wouldn't be, in throwing distance of all the other businesses, because I have to drive, not necessarily with the overpass now, but I didn't have a Sam's Club membership until recently. I had to drive all the way to, I think where Dollar General is, close to 125 to get gas.
Yep, on the south side of 32, I'm not a Sam's Club member either, and so I can't get gas over there.
Yeah.
I know I agree. You gotta come to the north side of 32. Alex, appreciate you very much. Thank you. Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
had one more thing, if it's okay.
Oh, please.
I just really wanted to express that I just feel like there's a lot of things we could put in there, obviously, like covering the sentiment many other people have said that we don't necessarily have a need for another gas station. Unluckily, that I don't have any idea for what could go in there, but there's just so many other things that could be a win for everyone, that wouldn't compete with local business owners that would be here forever, that would still enrich the lives of people that have lived here and will continue to live here, other than, a gas station. Like everybody else has said, I drive down there to go to the Roe Woods Nature Center frequently, and I don't think I've ever seen all those gas stations or silers drive-through and everything packed out to the street or anything. We don't really necessarily have a need for another drive-through, another gas station. There's plenty of open stalls at all of those locations.
Yeah,
I just find it hard to believe that we have a dire need for another one to go in.
Yeah. Well
That's,
said.
that's all I had.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Becker, do you have anything, sir? Mr. Logue?
No, thank you.
Alex, appreciate you very much. Thank you, thank you. For what it's worth, it's funny, because trust me, I get it. I've been harping on Mr. Wright for quite some time to recruit, and I got 3 kids, my oldest is gonna be a senior in high school, but besides that, they're a lot younger. And, for an urban air, I have to go to Hyde Park, and every time I go to Hyde Park for an urban air, I always see people locally from Claremont County in Hyde Park at the urban air. And I'm like, Mr. Wright, get us an urban air for crying out loud. Problem is we can try, and we can try to recruit, and we can get it, but somebody's got to agree to pay the price, pay for the infrastructure, pay for the construction, and agree to do business. So, so for what it's worth, we can have all the ideas, but they got to be willing to come here, and it's got to make sense. So, for what it's worth, I'll just give you an example. Was there anyone else like to speak for opposition? If not, I'll throw it back to the developers if they want to talk and address anything, and then we'll close out this public hearing. So developers, if you like, please come on up, sir. I've already sweared you both in, so you're good. The floor is yours if there's anything at all you'd like to address.
Sure. Yeah, the only thing I'll add, I mean, obviously, I appreciate everybody's comments. It sounds like the most of the ideas are that this is competition. Certainly, that's not the idea, and I can't, like I said, crystal ball it and say how this business is going to operate in 1, 5, 25 years. I hope it does well. I hope the others do well, but, at the end of the day, my company has worked with Mr. Wright and the folks at the township before him to negotiate a price and purchase this property. We'd like to, like I said, we were sent here with a user with 7-Eleven, and we would like to go through with that purchase of the land and develop it. So we kindly ask for you to approve this PD. And again, we're, like Eric said, willing to agree to all conditions that are in that report. I think we have, Mr. Wright spoke well on the landscaping. I think I co-sign everything he said there, and I think we're actually going above the code minimum, if I'm not mistaken. So we're certainly trying to be good stewards here and create a nice-looking, heard references to other gas stations that aren't that well-run. I think these new prototype 7-Elevens, I personally shop at one, and it's a very nice convenience store. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jason, Eric, appreciate you both very much. Thank you.
I got a question.
Oh, please, Mr. Becker, sorry.
So, something I hadn't considered that we just heard from the public is the possibility that one or both of the speedways that are in that immediate area along Old 74, one of which is relatively small, maybe it's aging out, the other which nobody knows how to get to it. That's, a challenge since they closed Old 74. What assurances can you give us that neither of those locations are going to close, and then we got some major blighted properties to deal with?
I think, unfortunately, neither of us can really speak to that intelligently or honestly. We're not, again, Eric's our civil engineer, I represent the developer, landowner. We're not privy to 7-Eleven, obviously, again, who owns Speedway, as well as other brands, Stripes in Texas, what they plan to do with those stores. They have not shared that with us, nor would they. If we called this afternoon, said, are you shutting that down, they would say, we don't know. So and if they did, they can't share that with us. So really unsure. This is a new, brand new store that we're proposing to build, hope to build, and unfortunately can't speak to any others in the area in Union Township, Claremont County, or other. So I apologize if that's not a satisfactory answer.
These guys are just building it. 7-Eleven owns and runs it, correct?
That's right. We would build it, and they pay a lease to rent. Excuse me. We have a lease with them to pay rent to us.
Fair enough. Mr. Logan, any questions? No. Good. Okay. Jason, I appreciate you both very much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion to close public hearings case number 2022-Z as in Zulu.
So moved.
Second.
All right, no discussion. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Public hearing is closed at 8 p.m.
All right, now it's time for board comments. Vice Chair, what are your thoughts?
This is painful. I'm not sure that I voted against a retail establishment or commercial property, although I have voted against all of the residential properties that have come before the board. You know, hearing from the local business owners particularly, you know, I guess my hope is, you know, with the Glen Estee Whittenville Bridge now open, or that overpass now open, allowing more traffic to get into that area. Also, you know, particularly the drive-in experience with Silers is unique, you know, and in both cases, there's a number of loyal customers. I also think in terms of traffic patterns, you know, if you're coming up Teal Town Road, you know, hanging right, you know, heading toward Glen Estee, Whitensville, obviously getting in and out of the Exxon, getting in and out of the Silers is much more convenient than going across the street. You know, we do own that property. We've held it for a long time. I'm not sure how long, but decades, hasn't it, Mr.?
It's at least a decade.
Yeah.
Well, I found photos back from when the SRT team demoed the church and used it for breach training. When the church went bankrupt and the township acquired it as part of the realignment for the road project. And it was going to get, if everybody remembers the old church, it was right in where the road went. So.
It's Vineyard, I remember.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so, you know, so we've been marketing this property for 10 years-ish, looking for something to go in there. We thought we had a deal a few years ago with the same owners as the Exxon. Didn't work out. That was very unfortunate for all involved. So, you know, I am struggling with this. And I'm still considering how I'm going to vote. That's all I have.
Mr. Luxer?
Hey, yeah, thank you. So, yeah, though I think that was nearly 4 years ago. The property was almost sold, kind of a strip mall idea. I believe 3 storefronts in it to have a restaurant, have the blue ice cream and a few other items. But yeah, the deal didn't go through. I forget the exact details of that nature. Did not pencil out for the buyers. Or the logistics of the layout to actually have parking lot to support that type of, you know, capacity. It didn't pencil out. So township and this board, right? We at least inherit the township holding land, and yeah, in the essence of Trustee Dill said earlier. It's not a good thing. We don't want to be holding land. We've already heard commentary tonight on parks and everything else as it is, but again, that's 1.25 acres. It's a really difficult location for anything. So, yeah, to be able to get the township out of holding land, and really when you look at the other side of that, returning, you know, roughly around $1 million to the general fund. It can go straight towards safety services. Those are the type of questions and framework that you have to think through. So I know the long term, yeah, I don't want the township holding unnecessary land. I do think that the user experience, the relationship, Silers, I mean, you guys are so deeply rooted in the community, and, you know, from that sense too, I'm sure you've probably got history of knowing what Teal Town Ball Fields was like and how's it now, and, you know, there are things that we can keep a focus on to help those areas do even better, do better anyway. That's not lost on me at all. And again, the hope that with actually getting out of the time period of all the infrastructure, that weighs down on us too. I mean, again, township jurisdiction, like the case that's before us right now, it's not about a lot of the things that we're talking about here that are, you know, the business, economics, that side of it. What's before us is you know, really about the a legal entity that's able to build and construct and have curb cuts and landscaping and bushing and downlighting, and it makes it difficult, so, but I do appreciate hearing everybody. Trustee Dills?
So, Ms. Holt, first off, this is your first meeting. Welcome for your first meeting. It's very exciting, right? It's kind of sarcasm. So, I think like even on the next zoning case, we talk about the land. The thing is, Miami Township and Anderson Township both have parks levies. We don't. We fund everything out of that general fund, which pays for the fire, the police, our service department, which is our parks, cemetery. So we could turn it into a ball or a dog park or a picnic area. Who's going to pay to run that park and maintain it and mow it and do it? And pay for the picnic tables and pay for all the manpower to go, all the township is, which comes out of that, again, that general fund. We don't have a parks levy. We can, but to go back to your point, and I believe it was the other gentleman back there, my mother is 65, she'll be 66, and senior citizen. I don't want to tax anybody out of their home. I hate this, for example, later down on the agenda, the tax levy that we got to talk about. I hate it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to tax it, but do we put a parks levy up? Is that fair to maintain our land and turn everything into parks and land? I agree, we should. Who's going to pay for it? Those are questions that Mr. Wright and Mr. Taylor have got to take care of, and then ultimately it falls on us. When Mr. Wright first brought in a gas station, I was like, oh, geez. It's an acre and a half of land. What else can you put there? And then we have to recruit a business to take it. But Ms. Seiler, I have patronized your business for a long time. And then our old clerk of courts, Barb Wiedenbein, lives. Do you have the one down on Teal Town? Yes,
Both
and so
locations.
I've been on the one at Teal Town hundreds of thousands of times, and it's just so convenient, and then obviously our blue ice cream friend, the Patels, and so I don't want to hurt small businesses either. So it's a tough choice. You have the government side of we don't want to hold land, we got to get rid of it, and let capitalism do best, and whether it succeeds or fails, and or do we not hurt our local current business owners and residents that are already here? So that's the challenge I face. So, any further discussion, gentlemen? Mr. Logue, any other discussion? Okay, let's call the vote. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Need a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, off my game. Gentlemen, I'll take a motion for the approval of Union Township zoning case 2-22-Z as in Zulu with all modifications.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
No.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you, everyone, for that case. That moves on. We'll move on to the next one. Actually, it's 8:10. Yeah, those passed 2-1. That's how it went. Okay, gentlemen, it's 8:10. I'm going to entertain a motion for recess, brief recess.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
We're at recess at 8:10 p.m.
Okay. 5-10 minutes, and just a
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
We return to session at 8:22 PM.
All right, next zoning case is Union Township, public hearings case, 3-17-Zulu. Mr. Wright, go and take that over, sir.
Yes, sir. So this is a we're reopening case 317Z, in part to rezone 4 parcels and in part to basically change the approved plan on originally, there were 6 parcels zoned for multifamily. Craig, if you could advance to the zoning map, please. I'll try to be really brief to articulate this. So the gray you see, that's PD zoning. The gray was approved for 77 units, 4 stories. It was a subsidized senior project with a geriatric center. The adjacent parcels that you see.
Let me interrupt a second. The blue.
I'm sorry,
portion
I'm
of the middle-
colorblind.
He's colorblind, everyone.
looks
When
gray
he said
green,
gray,
sorry.
he
The
means
dark-
the colored portion, okay?
I am
heard people
colorblind.
saying, what?
So
He's
colors look
colorblind.
different to me than they look to everybody else. So
It's
that-
like a terrible government joke,
Yeah,
right? He's in
seriously.
planning and zoning and development, right? He's colorblind. No.
So anyway, so
All right.
that bluish whatever color, that was originally approved for 77 units at a geriatric center, and it was going to be tax credit subsidized. The light tannish, is that the right color, tan?
Yes.
Those are the additional 4 properties that were sort of residual properties that were picked up as part of the Eichholz Roundabout project and some adjacency in that. So with that, there's 10 parcels subject to this application. It is located in the Ivy Point Commercial Corridor. And it's also located in a Glen Estee, Withensville, Eichholz Road Revitalization and Improvement Plan sub-area. Basically looking at this, calling for higher densities, calling for mixed-use developments, calling for entertainment, small-scale retail, restaurant, walkability, very similar to the case that we heard with the 3-pod, 10.5-acre site around the corner. This specific proposal includes about a 9,800 square foot commercial structure near the roundabout, an 8,400 square foot commercial structure opposite the police department, and then there is a 4-story multifamily structure, that's the green block here, that they are proposing 120 units. The prior project, as I indicated, was 4 stories, 77 units, so we're really talking about a net add of 43 units for that. And the retail square footage will trade plus or minus about 1.5 feet per foot over the geriatric center. And again, you'll have to forgive me, that was a while ago. So looking at the plan recommendations, again, for the Glen Estee Withensville area, the Glen Estee Withensville Eichholz Road areas, and these are plans previously adopted. Eliminate blight, recurrence of blight, encourage reinvestment, development of new housing and retail opportunities to prevent economic stagnation, facilitate development standards, facilitate revitalization, and increase overall investment and diversity of land use in the area. So, you know, again, if you look at this project, it achieves both of those objectives on those plans. The PD district regulations are provided for the board. Background on this, a lot of these properties came to the township by and through the assemblage of property for the Eichholz and Glen Estee roundabout projects, which were part of the local match requirement for that nearly $12 million transportation investment from the county. The area is walkable. As I mentioned earlier tonight, we're pursuing transportation funding to continue the sidewalks. I know that's come up in a prior hearing. There are additional high-density developments in the immediate vicinity and close proximity to large retail generators, traffic generators. Just looking at this, you know, if you see that it's consistent, it does create common open space. Craig, is there like a color rendering?
Yeah, and I wanted to point out too, this was the
That's the,
previously approved plan.
so this is the prior approved plan, so you can kind of see it occupied kind of the bulk of this property in that. and
That's the
had-
current plan that's in place.
That is the current plan for the site, yes. So then, if you can go to the new plan, Craig, kind of give everybody, kind of see how the orientation has changed a little bit, more toward the street, less of kind of a suburban feel. We do have the one retail box that's sort of buried in that, that the zoning commission recommended maybe to push that forward a little bit and to enhance the streetscape in that. I would note that the zoning commission recommended unanimously to approve it with 13 conditions at the May 27th meeting, finding that it met the comprehensive plan, a lot of different conditions about moving some pieces around on the puzzle board to kind of promote that streetscape aesthetic and to achieve the full objectives of those area plans that have been in place. Just kind of looking at a lot of the comments are really developed as sort of from a site planning and permitting perspective, going through administrative review for building elevations, landscaping, working through permitting, working through clearing and buffering, and supplemental vegetation in that, making sure the materials are high quality, making sure the signage kind of has a certain feel to it. So with that, the action, given that the zoning commission has made a unanimous recommendation in this, to recommend approval with those 13 modifications. The board is to enter into a motion to approve as recommended by the zoning commission, approve with additional modifications, or deny the zoning map amendment application presented in case 317Z.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Any questions? Mr. Becker?
So, Mr. Wright, just put all that in a couple of sentences. We're looking at 3 buildings, 2 of them are retail, and 1 of them is an apartment complex, apartment building, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
The 2 that are retail, do you have any additional insights what's going to go in there?
I think that's a question that the applicant can provide us with, additional testimony under oath this evening.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Craig, can you pull up the retail, give me some kind of frontage on there? And is that, doesn't really do, I was understanding that there's gonna be like a patio, outdoor patio area, is that correct?
Proposed here towards the front of the roundabout.
Okay. Got it, okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Logan, you're second, I'm sorry, apologies, please. Any questions for Mr. Ray?
I'm good, appreciate it, thanks.
Okay, no, good job explaining, Mr. Wright, appreciate you, thank you, sir. Okay, this is same thing as before, it's a public hearings case. Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion to open public hearings. Case number 3-17-Zulu.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Public meeting is open at 8:30 p.m.
And same thing, I always start with the developer, and then we'll go with anyone that's a proponent, and then we'll go to the opponents, and then go back. So with that being said, anyone that's a proponent or the developer would like to come up? This is your chance, yeah, please, come on up, please. All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great, please state your name and address for the record, sir.
Sure. My name is Anthony Cook. I'm at 6759 Little River Lane in Loveland, Ohio.
Great, perfect. Floor is yours, sir.
So thanks for having us. We look at this project as a little bit more of a pivot from what is already approved. So as you guys all just saw, there's already an approval in place for an apartment building. We're going to largely kind of continue that. We're going to bring in several aspects, though. We're going to make it a bit more walkable than the previous presentation or the previous approval has in place. And we are going to go with all of staff's recommendations. There were 13 recommendations that were requested of us. We're happy with all of those. Those are public record, and we'll make modifications accordingly. The project fits in the community a little bit more uniquely, I think, than some of the others that might be presented. There's already in this very area some density of apartments, and so there's some commonality that we would keep that density localized in there. Additionally, the roundabout was constructed, and this land was, kind of created for this specific purpose. This fits the overall land development plans for the township. With regard to the question on tenants that we'll be looking for, we're going to be looking for largely local. These are small-time retail, so each of these buildings is only around 10,000 feet, or actually just under. We'll be looking, local restaurateur, ice cream, coffee shop, things of this nature.
The goal there is to be a complement to the apartments that are local as well as the local residences in the area. The buildings. So we're looking at doing very high quality exteriors on these buildings. There are no back ends. All these buildings will be four-sided finished buildings. So whereas you might sometimes see a rear, a typical rear to a small retail with lots of, electrical and things of nature that aren't particularly nice to look at, these will be a four-sided building with quality materials on all four sides. We are planning on having 1 and 2 bedroom units only. This includes the project does not include, on the residential side, the project does not include a significant number of amenities. You'll notice it doesn't really include pools, it doesn't really include playgrounds. As such, we're really not intended to bring a lot of families with children. This will be a mostly, will attract, local business type folks, medical professionals that may or may not live in the community, that often will live in more, work in more dense areas such as downtown and want to come out to the suburb area like this to live. The rates for the residential will be market rate. So specifically, it's going to be middle plus market. It will not include any sort of subsidized rent structure. Additionally, and on that point, residents who apply for these units must indicate an income that is at least 3 times more than the rent rate and must pass a criminal background check. These are important points because this prevents us from allows us to prevent a lower income type of tenant in there and thus keep the property a higher value for a longer time. Overall, we're excited to bring this project to the township. We think it's a good project for this exact site, and we hope you guys will approve it.
That's good, yeah. Mr. Becker, any questions, sir?
Yeah, did I just hear you right? Lower income tenants keep the value of the property higher, is that what you said?
No.
I'm sorry, then repeat what you said.
I might have misstated. Sorry about that. So the goal is, with an apartment project like this, to keep a higher income tenant in that building.
Okay, somehow I heard lower income, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And for obvious reasons, that reduces the crime element, reduces just all kinds of the negatives.
Okay, so for the 2 retail buildings, do you have anybody penned to be in there, any leases?
Not specifically. Again, we're kind of waiting until the process goes a little further. When you talk about tenants of this type, they're a short burn. So if we approach for example, an ice cream shop, it's going to be a 60 to 90 day negotiation, and they're going to be ready to start. So we'll go after all the tenants just as soon as we get our green lights and we start that process.
And timeline, when do you think you'd have the 2 retail buildings up versus the apartment buildings?
It's a good question. So the 2 retail buildings are intended to be what you call a phase 1. So we would start with that portion of the property. Once that gets done and some income begins, then we'll move over to the apartment side of the project.
Okay.
So however, and I do want to be clear, the main boulevard going in and the walkability and sidewalks and things around the site can be done all in that phase 1.
I see. So the 2 retail buildings are going to be they'll be constructed at the same time?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
That's all I have, Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Logue, sir?
No, I appreciate it, thanks. No questions.
Well,
Yeah.
ballpark, what will for the 1 and 2 bedroom, what's the ballpark, the rent price? Ballpark?
The
Oh, let's
1
do it.
bedrooms are right at, I think, 1,700, and I want to say the 2 bedrooms are up at around 2,100, 2,150.
Perfect. No, good. Okay. Mr. Cook, I think that's all I have. Perfect. And then if it's okay, after we hear from anyone that's opposed to your project, whatever questions or concerns, I'll probably call you back up if that's okay to
Happy
address
to.
this.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Appreciate you very much. Thank you, sir. Okay. Is there anyone else that is in favor of this project, that is a proponent? Please, miss, come on up. And that's okay. That's okay. Let me swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. Name and address for the record.
Angela Lacey, 4229 Deepwood Lane. So Deepwood Lane is just around the corner. I'm pretty much in the epicenter of all of the apartment development. I hear my neighbors, I hear my community, I know what's happening to my schools, but I'm a tad bit torn here. I also make a living managing apartments and managing multi-use resident or developments. So what I see happening here is that, one, we're already halfway across the finish line. The zoning, or at least part of it, is already in place. So I'm certainly not picking up any new Christmas cards this year being for this. But my position is this: if we pass on this deal, if you guys are gonna vote for apartments, this is the ones we want. This is a good operator. This ownership group has roots and interest in our township. They're not like the big box that we've already allowed to come in, who doesn't have a vested interest in what's happening here or have the history with us. I love, again, I'm an industry professional. As far as the schools are concerned, I love the mix of this makeup. 1 and 2 bedrooms, 1 bedroom with a den. Mr. Cook was right on point with the price points. That's not cheap apartments. If we pass on this, everything else around us, I've done the research, I looked at it, I know it, I did it as early as this morning. These apartments are leasing up like crazy, specifically the subsidized, which none of us like. Thanks for not voting for that, because that wasn't during your time. If we pass up on this deal, and they see the success rate of these other developments that has gone in, the next person up here speaking won't be Mr. Cook. It will be somebody proposing more subsidized housing. So I'll take this. I'll take the win right here.
Thank you, Ms. Asher.
Thank you.
Vice Chairman, any questions? Mr. Logue?
No, I really appreciate that. Thank you for sharing your perspective.
Angela, thank you for doing your research. Thank you very much. Thank you, Miss. Okay, is there anyone else that is in favor of this project, a proponent? Okay, seeing none, let's go to, and I got cards here. Mr. Glisson. He's no stranger. Mr. Glisson also serves as a volunteer on our Parks and Recreations Committee. Appreciate you very much, sir. Let me swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. Name and address for the record, sir.
Rich Glisson, 816 Massachusetts Drive. Perfect. So I'm here to oppose the project, obviously. In the last 10 years or so, living in my subdivision, I've seen an apartment building go up on Clough Pike across from Forsythia. I've seen the apartment complex go in at Eastgate Boulevard. I've seen the one go in right behind the Gerber Auto Collision Center, which is a little bit further down on Eichholz. I've seen the Gentry apartments go in. I've seen the Echelon apartments go in. I've seen the ones go in at the old Glen Estey site, the ones that are across from Jeff Weiler. The traffic alone in that area has become ridiculous. My subdivision, if you want to call it that, I guess it is an older subdivision, has one way in and one way out, and that's right at the helicopter across from the helicopter park. Traffic that flows from the roundabout out towards Clough Pike is backing up at the light and backing all the way up into the roundabout. When people go to turn left into Clough Pike at that intersection, they're crossing the double yellow line and coming into the turn lane that's dedicated to turn into Lexington Green. There are people who are turning left to go into the park. Traffic has become a nightmare. Sometimes can't get in, sometimes can't get out. Along with other zoning issues that we have going on in the neighborhood, I don't want to see this project go through. Not only that, but now looking at this map here, seeing where the traffic's going to enter and exit between the two roundabouts, having another form of traffic entering in between the two roundabouts. I don't know how often you people travel the roundabouts, but the people who live here that travel the roundabouts on a normal drive home, I work on the west side of Cincinnati, and when I come home, no matter which exit I get off at, unless I go all the way to 125, I have to go through 2 roundabouts just to get home. One here and up towards Walmart, and one here up towards the Glen Estey High School.
putting exits, another exit, a route for 122 apartments or whatever, and these retail businesses to exit in between those two roundabouts, people stop all the time at the roundabouts. They don't know that it's a yield, and people stop there. It's backed up in between. If I come home at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, traffic sometimes is backed up between the two roundabouts, along with being backed up here going towards my house. So, along with, even at the Station 51, where there's a sign that clearly says, don't block this driveway, people block the driveway 2 lanes deep all the time. I'm surprised it hasn't caused the fire department more problems when they're coming out of there to make emergency runs. So I don't want to see it happen as a resident. I understand that you guys are in a tough position, and I appreciate each and every one of you for what you do. You have to balance bringing in revenue and spending revenue, but I don't want to see this project go in. There's been way too much increase in traffic already, way too much density increase in new homes with apartment, multi-use or multi-unit buildings. Obviously, hearing this tonight doesn't sound like it's going to affect the schools, but the schools are overwhelmed already, especially Clough Pike Elementary. They're busting at the seams. Any more kids coming in here, and they're not going to be able to afford. The school was just rebuilt in 2015, renewed to new status or something like that is what the state called it, and they're already having to add onto it. They need more money to add on to the school because the population increase has gotten so big. It's just not fair to the area. So that's all I've got.
Thank you, Rich. Mr. Becker, do you have anything?
No.
Mr. Lowe?
No, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Rich. Okay. And then, okay, I got it's a hyphenate, Michelle Gleiss Robin? Oh, I didn't put 2 and 2 together. Yeah, please. Okay, Miss Michelle here, let me swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great, and then, name and address for the record, miss.
My name's Michelle Fliz Robin. I live at 682 Redwood Court. This is my first time here at a meeting. I was watching signs go up, driving from my house to my mom's house, and I'm busy, so it was just like, what are those white signs doing across from the police station? And I did it a few more times, and I'm like, oh, I bet they're gonna cut those trees down. So, because that's what everybody does now, is cut down trees for the most part. So I came here, and I'm disappointed that the Silers didn't even know that there was a possibility of a 7-Eleven going in down the street from them. They found out from a customer. So I guess that's on us. I don't know. I'll have to learn out more how to find out information about how to keep abreast with what's going on in my community. But I'm glad I saw the signs. I'm glad the customer told the Silers. But I'm hearing more about your business end of things and stuff like that. I'm happy being a preschool, that's teacher, that's my niche. But the pros and cons of having property stay there and whatever, but there was like 100 or so many people in this room, we could have brainstormed for something to go in for that 7-Eleven, is how I feel. Or they could have maybe refurbished the speedways that were already there and spent their money that way, or something, got money that way, I don't know. But I was told that you all didn't vote for multi-family unit apartments years ago. I'd like for you to not vote for multi-family units right now. I think he articulated very well the traffic that's crazy in this whole area. I don't know, like something about blight was said. I just don't know how to incorporate more trees because the properties that were built, those multi-units, how many trees are back in those properties that are where the old Glen High School is and stuff like that? There's no trees for kids to look at and for us to look at hardly. I mean, there are the parks and things like that, but some people can't get to those parks. They don't have the transportation and the gas money and stuff like that to do. So, not well articulated, but I really hope that instead of a business situation, I don't know, something else could be done just to preserve the greenery of that space in that area, so.
Okay, Mr. Becker, anything? Mr. Lowe?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Michelle, appreciate you very much, thank you, thank you. Okay, so Joanne Meyer, is she still here? Oh, come on up, Miss Joanne. Okay, Miss Joanne, please, I'll swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. And just name and address for the record, Nancy.
Joanne Meyer, 4505, 4504 Dominic Drive. Wow. I'm not really a proponent or an opponent of this particular thing. I am here to gather some information. I need to understand some processes. But before I ask that, I did want to piggyback on Mr. Glisson about the incredible traffic issues that we have now. I dread to see when these multi-unit apartments, condos, all the things that they are, especially that huge one between Buxton that comes all the way across to Glen Estee, Withamsville, when those get filled up, I don't know how we're going to get anywhere. Anyway, that's that. I'm concerned about our traffic, our future traffic. My questions are about, and maybe I'm in the wrong place, are about the zoning commission. I would really like to know if you all could explain to me what is the criteria that is used when a zoning, when zoning is either requested or granted to change that zoning to enable condos or apartments to be built in that area. I would assume that there's a criteria that needs to be met when a zoning area is changed. The part A, part B of that question is anybody concerned when those zoning areas get changed about the impact that that has environmentally, on the people, on the constituents that you represent, and on the whole health of our township. I'm a person that moved here because I loved what I saw when I came out here. I loved the green. I loved the green spaces. I love the parks. I think your parks are wonderful. But I am seeing, pardon me, what I call the rape of the land around here, and it really distresses me when I saw all that greenery cut down where the addition that I mentioned earlier is going between Buxton and Glen Estee, Withamsville. And all of those trees are gone. It just takes my breath away. When I go down Amelia Olive Branch Road and I see all of that, and a lot of that was farmland, but at least it had some greenery to it. And now all I see is land moving machines pushing all that stuff away. And I'm probably what you would have called a tree hugger back in my youth. But I am concerned about all of that. I see on television continually the floods, the climate change, the climate change. If we keep cutting down our greenery, we are contributing to that. I think. That's my opinion. I think there's some research that backs that up. So if you can explain to me what the criteria is when you change zonings, can you enlighten me?
Sure, and just so there's no mistake, I'll have Mr. Wright do that on how the process works.
Would you like me to go ahead, sir?
Yeah, please, please.
So the way zoning is changed in Ohio, in townships, we follow ORC Chapter 519, and it's specifically Chapter 519.12. And so any person may initiate a zoning map amendment, or, there's two other ways to do it, but I won't belabor the statute. But basically what you have is an application filed this evening to change parcel zoning. And so it goes to the zoning commission. The zoning commission looks at what the prior, and this is really distilling this down.
Good, make it simple.
Yeah, sure. The zoning commission looks at the prior zoning, looks at kind of the area, looks at what the comprehensive plan for the community says, looks at any area plans, looks at the proposed zoning district, and then they have to basically make a qualitative evaluation of the project in relation to what is proposed versus what is existing, and how does it align with the comprehensive plan, which is kind of it's like a guidebook for the community, right? Like, in this area is in a specific comprehensive plan. Most people don't realize most of the township is not in a specific corridor or focus area, and it's just recommended for kind of lower density residential, okay? 2.5 to 4 units an acre, and that varies because we have R2, which is 4 units per acre, quarter acre lots, and we have R1, which is half acre lots. And then we have small slivers of large lots, like 2.5 acre lots, okay? And then you've got areas of business, and then you've got areas of industrial. But we basically have all these different corridors, and the zoning commission looks at the proposal in relation to, you know, the stuff around it, and how does it fit in relation to the existing rules governing the proposed district, and then they vote and make a recommendation to the board. From there,
The
it then
board of
comes
what? The
to
board.
the trustees.
Okay.
So the zoning commission makes a recommendation, and then they forward it on per statute within a prescribed time period to the board of trustees, which then either can approve as recommended, they can approve as submitted, approve as recommended, they can add additional conditions, or they can deny it. That's basically how that works.
And is there usually a public hearing like
There's-
today about,
There was a public hearing on, was it May 27th, Craig?
Yes.
Yes, so, yeah, it was on a Wednesday, it was a couple Wednesdays ago. So the zoning commission has the same hearing, has a hearing to consider the case, and then make a recommendation to the board of trustees, who then have another public hearing, and then make a determination on that. So that's that process. And they weigh all of this stuff, comp plans, area plans, the existing regulations, and the proposal on its face.
And we explicitly push for more communications to the residents with that too, by putting signs out in the community and mailing the proximity neighbors a notice of the zoning and hearing cases as well. So that was an improvement for communications.
but it sounds to me as though the highest criteria is an economic one. Is that generally true?
No, it would generally be true towards what's within the jurisdiction of what the township, of what the board has the ability to look at. If you own the property and you want to do something, like Silers were here earlier tonight, they had a project a few years ago where they wanted to put a second drive-through in, and a lot of people were in opposition to that, but at the end of the day, they own their property, and it's kind of bad on government to come and tell you what you can do on your property. So if it's legal and it meets the overall like feel of the community, again, back to lighting, curb cuts, bushes, like if you want to put bushes on your house, no one's going to tell you you can't put bushes in, right?
Good.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the dynamic. So now, if you want to buy your house and you want to put bushes in and put a pool in, I could say, well, you're just trying to do that to up your resale value. That's an economic leverage, right? You're like, I might
Can
just
be.
want bushes in the pool, so.
Okay. I would just like to leave you all with my hope that Union Township and most of Claremont County can stay as green and countrified. I mean, I moved here to get away from the city, and I feel like now I'm being surrounded by city. And I think a lot of people have the same feeling. So I would love to see our township stay countrified and green, and with a real need to listen to the constituents and their needs. That's my hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Joanne.
Thank you, Joanne.
That's all the cards I have. Is there anyone else that is opposed to this? Miss, please come on up. Okay. All right. Let me swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Great. And then his name and address for the record.
My name is Emily Sharkey. I live at 826 Massachusetts Drive. I just have a few questions. On these three buildings here, which is the apartment building?
The one in the back, the big one.
This big one in the back?
Yep.
And how many units are going to be in there?
It's already approved, which we have nothing to do with, as 77. They're asking for 120?
Okay, but,
120.
so when you say already approved, does that
Correct.
mean we can't do anything about that part now?
Sort of. Go ahead, I mean, if you want to go ahead.
Would you like me to address that?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Craig, can you put the zoning map back on,
Yeah,
please?
the old one?
We could be built to that plan right
Yeah,
now
and
without
which-
any further action.
So we have a 77-unit proposal that was already approved in that blue-gray, whatever, whatever color area. Craig, can you put the old site plan back up? Whoop,
Right
go
there,
back.
right there.
There,
That one.
yep, that was what was approved. So
Okay.
that, that's on the books. And, structures have been demolished, utilities, whatever. So,
So-
again, if somebody came in today, that doesn't mean they will, and said, hey, I'm gonna build this, I don't know that there's anything we can do to prevent
We can't stop them because it's already
Maybe
been
we'll stop them.
approved prior. Correct.
Or, a significant amount of taxpayer resources might be expended to try to stop it. And I don't think that's in anybody's interest or whatever. That's
So what-
ultimately not my decision. That said, so what we're really talking about is we're talking about 43 additional units in retail at basically what is now a hard corner, the roundabout. Go back, there we go. I'm not even gonna guess what color those buildings are.
Yeah, that's okay.
I think the apartments are green,
Orange.
orange, okay? And then these are red this way, right?
Right, the two smaller
Yes,
ones are red.
Those are commercial. So,
Okay.
see, that tells you how bad that color blindness is there. So that's basically, they're adding kind of 4 parcels. They did shift some of the residential onto one parcel. There's a larger R1 parcel that kind of sits in the back and has access to a drainage way. In that, it's kind of a detention, sort of stormwater play there, but then they did extend, a portion of the units into that. And then the rest of this is kind of residual property that was left over from the roundabout acquisition in that, and that's where the retail is being added.
And they're considering, you said this is not the final draft, they're still gonna move things, like this, one in the middle is potentially gonna be closer to the road than that?
They've talked about, the zoning commission wanted more of a streetscape feel, particularly with the commercial. If you look through the conditions, one of the conditions talked about enhancing pedestrian infrastructures throughout the site, consideration given to moving the retail restaurant buildings closer to the street, reducing the frontage-style parking appearance. So like, if you've ever been to a large retailer and you got an ocean of parking in front, and then the building sits, kind of way back or whatever, kind of wanting to bury the parking field kind of behind the
Like
structure.
you see the building first, and then all the parking's
Right.
kinda hidden behind the building,
Right,
from the
correct.
roundabout.
So
Invite
it
the
kinda-
walkable traffic in.
Yes, that was one of their recommendations.
I think my main concern, I wouldn't be too mad about some more retail spaces going in, because I feel like a lot of it has just been residential, and maybe we could use some more stuff to do back here. I am concerned, like they said, with the roundabout traffic. We don't know quite yet what that's gonna do, since the roundabouts are new, the overpass is new. I'm not really sure, maybe people are still figuring it out, but I am a little concerned with it getting let out there. But if you're saying that the apartments are already approved, what are we hearing about today then?
So tonight's the additional, so going from 77 to 120 total units, and then also the commercial, the retail, the potential restaurant, coffee shop, ice cream. That's the 2 things we're basically looking at.
I am concerned about them adding more units, because I was already a little not sure about apartments going there. Like, we've already gone over ad nauseum, how many apartments have gone in recently in this area. Like they've said also, I moved down here 6 years ago because it was so green and quiet and seemed like a small, tight-knit community. I'm very upset to see that someone here with a local-owned business, that she's been here for this long, was here crying, trying to not be put out of business, and instead we've replaced and just added in more 7-Eleven there. All of these things are kind of culminating to feel like we're losing the small town charm and trying to be too big, and that's not really why anybody lives here, I feel like, sorry, I don't do great with public speaking, but
Emily, doing great.
this is my first
Doing great.
time here. But I do concur. There was so much greenery here and all these trees, and just seeing all of it get demolished. How much does it cost to really sit on the land you guys are talking about that you own? Is this owned by the township or already owned by?
By Township.
I just don't understand why does it need to be sold? You keep saying, you don't want to hold on to the land. What is the reasoning for that? Does it cost a lot of money to hold on to it? Is it just not wanting to monopolize and hold on to something so other people can't have it? What is the issue with holding on to the green spaces?
Well, I'm going to tell you my perspective, and I don't want it to seem like it's a far-fetched dream. We don't want to own land that we don't have to, right? We obviously have to own our police station, right? Makes sense. We have to own this building, right? Makes sense. But unless we have to, we don't like to. We're not in the real estate of business. We're not in the game of business, and so it sounds silly, but if anybody wanted to buy that land and offer us the same amount the developer is for fair market value, buy it. But we could stay green, it could stay trees, and stay whatever you want. I don't care what you put on there. I don't care. But we don't want to hold on to it. Number one, it's slippery slope. He is gone in 7 months. He's up for re-election next year, and I'm up in 3 years. Sounds like I may or may not be here. Who knows? But
I think people have misconceptions, like you said, about not knowing when things were approved.
Trust me, when the ones on Klepper and Buckbuster win, me and John
It's horrible.
Me and John were like, oh my gosh, what terrible perception. We didn't vote for that. We were up for re-election
It's hard
last
to
year.
know, too.
And we're like, we had nothing to do with that, guys. But so here's the question: if the township still owns that, and he's gone in 7 months, he may or may not be here next year. I may or may not be here in 3 years, and you have a new board. What are they going to do with the land?
Right.
Because I don't like government monopolizing the land. Get it gone. If somebody wants to buy it and keep it and keep green, or if someone wants to buy it, put one house or apartment.
How much do they cost for that
But
lot?
it's slippery slope when government comes starting to buy up land.
Yeah,
And
I do get that.
But then also, she left. But to Ms. Holt, what she said was, well, can we put a park there? Can we put picnic tables there? Sure. But now you got to go look at that guy, Mr. Taylor, and you got to look at Mr. Wright, who writes our budgets for everyone, and say, okay, who's going to pay to manage and run this new park we just put in?
I don't even necessarily
and the
want-
employees to run it, and
Right.
then who's going to pay for the infrastructure of it? That comes out of that general fund I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And so, because we don't have a parks levy,
I wouldn't really want to park there.
and which a parks levy means the houses y'all own, we're going to add a little bit of taxes to that, pay for
Right.
that parks, like Miami Township has, but we don't have that here. So we have to find ways to create money to pay for really Mr. Taylor's services, which is all of our parks, we have 3 parks, and then plus the cemetery, plus your roads, your potholes and all that. He does all that, and we have no parks levy, and we don't have a roads levy. Miami Township does, Anderson does, Union Township does not, which
Right.
means more property taxes. Those are just, so it's like, hey, why don't you just keep the land, Union Township? It's a slippery slope if government's owning land when they don't need to be owning land. And number 2 is who's going to pay, and where's the money going to come from to maintain that land and keep it the way we want to keep it?
The way it is green now, it costs money to keep this way.
Oh, yeah, it absolutely does, yeah. And so, and then what do we do with it?
And then there we have yeah, you keep it green, and then let's say, sorry to interrupt you,
No,
but,
please.
Let's say that someone sets up a tent. Let's say that someone starts sleeping there. Then we have enforcement. We have criminal issues.
I don't know that we need to jump immediately to that.
Well-
Worrying about people sleeping in the woods just because there's some trees.
Well,
That's a
ma'am,
little silly.
I will share with you, before we invested in Klepper Park to clean it up,
Mhm.
there was people starting to sleep and stay in the woods there, and there was drug use and paraphernalia and stuff that was becoming a nuisance and an issue to the community. And so we said, Matt, clean this up, do the underbrush, get this cleared out so, you can visibly see through. And those are things that take cost. So
You had drug users in the woods that you had to go deal with?
Klepper
They were
Park.
living out
That's
there
a
and
chief reason. I don't
causing
know if you really want to know the answer to that question.
I do. I'm kind of curious now.
I started to go down that rabbit hole on the news with the homeless problem, and I got reamed over it, and I'm like, you have no idea the homeless problem we
And
have.
it really is a
And,
problem because,
but-
they don't have anywhere to go, but also we
Well,
don't need them.
then think about that. Hey, guess what, everybody? I mean, he's talking about Venezuela crime gangs coming through here and jackpotting, right?
Mhm.
Guess what, community? There's this place, Union Township. The government's just buying up everyone's land and keeping it green. And they have no tax revenue, so they don't have any police or fire or safety services. Let's go set up our tents there.
I mean, I'm not trying to make it far-fetched, but
That
that's.
seems a little fear-mongery to me, but I do get
Well-
what you're trying to get at.
Well, but when we're charged to look at 5, 10, 15, 25 years into the future, we don't want to set that as a bad precedent, that it sets the environment for that to take place. But what you're hearing, and what I'm hearing from you, is a conservation fund. That would be appropriate. A conservation fund needs to be, Sierra Nevada Club, I don't know if that's them correctly or not. Hey, we want to buy your piece of property. Awesome, please. But as a local government, like, that is not our mission set to taxpayer dollars and buy up land and just sit on it.
I just worry that that it's just losing all the green and charm in the small town. You know, we're driving out the local business owners for the out-of-state developers to put in a giant chain gas station, and we're putting in all these. I just don't think that we have do we have the infrastructure road-wise? Who decides that that there's enough road for this many people to be in this small of a dense area where there's only 2-lane roads back there now? Like, going to those roundabouts, they go one lane each way? What?
You make me want to joke with you for a second, because you told me I sounded fear-mongering, as I want to say it sounds fear-mongering on the roadway. We just had ODOT do like $22 million of infrastructure all through there. And so it is going to, I mean, that has been part of a long process.
Right.
To set up the traffic infrastructure.
Ms. Sharkey,
I completely hear you.
Yeah. I don't know that it's, you know, you can try to turn that back around, but I think we are already seeing issues with traffic, and this isn't the right one. I was trying to look at the one that shows that it goes out in between those roundabouts, like he's saying, and that's how many people are going to be living back there. If there's 2-bedroom apartments, that's over 100 units, you said. How many people could be living back there? How many cars are going to be coming in and out of here? And that's not even including the 2 retail spots. And you've got 1 lane each way. That doesn't seem like it's going to bode well in a little while. If you have all that start filling up, like she said, all those apartments all filling up, I don't know that the traffic isn't going to get worse. I had hopes that the traffic's going to get better when all these roundabouts went in, the overpass went in. But if we start adding more and more into this dense area, I just feel that's too many cars for the type of roads that are back here. These are just like small roads that I don't know are set up for that much traffic. But I think that's about all I had.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Sharkey.
you.
Mr. Becker, do you have anything for it?
No.
Mr. Logue?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. Okay. Is there anyone else in opposition? Please, come on up, sir. Yeah. Okay. All right. Raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. And then name and address for the record, sir.
Ray Meyer,
Okay, Ray?
4504 Dominic Drive.
Perfect. Yes, sir.
This isn't for or against.
Yeah.
But people have been worried about losing the green space. My brother lived in Roswell, Georgia, in the county north of Atlanta, north of Fulton County. If you built a house there, you could only take out the minimum number of trees to build the house. We have places here where we just wipe out whole fields. You may not be the one to do this, maybe it's the zoning commission. But if we wait till the end of this, it's too late. It seems to me it is within your power to make stipulations that the least amount of trees be taken out of a property to build what needs to be built, and that be in the beginning of the project and not after the project's over. And that way we would have more and more green space. A lot of the green space that we have are 2 or 3 or 4 trees on people's lots. But that's something. And that's how we do something about air quality. We let nature take care of it. And when we wipe out all of the trees for progress, we are not progressing. So it is possible to set up a situation where the most amount of trees could be preserved on each project that is developed. And I think it starts with you guys doing something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, sir. Mr. Ray, 30 seconds, just real quick. Is that even possible for us to put a zoning resolution for that?
As from vegetation?
Yeah.
I mean-
To say if existing property and new builds, we're gonna restrict the amount of trees they cut down. Is that even possible? Is that?
I mean, I'd have to research the legality of it, but I would one thing I would tell you is that if you try to save trees, they end up dying. You know, you end up compacting the roots and you get into the drip zone and all that. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a pretty complex
No, I
thing.
got that, but I'm just saying, is it even possible to?
I mean, I'd have to,
Okay.
anything's
I'm just curious.
possible. Is it legally defensible is a completely different question.
Yeah, and then it can be tough to police it too, but I understand, okay. I was just curious, I didn't know. That's never come up as far as a question, I was just curious. Okay, is there anyone else in opposition to this case? Okay, and then, yeah, yes, ma'am. You absolutely can, sure, and I've already sworn you in, so you're okay.
So,
Go ahead, Ms.
and
Angela.
again, I want to make this very clear. I'm not here saying build on every bit of our green space. My biggest position as a resident, I raised 4 children here, went through the school system 3 times, is to basically cut off more subsidized housing. I know everybody needs housing, but look, I'm going to say it, I can't believe I'm going to say it, not in my backyard, right? This is what I do for a living, and here we are in my backyard. Of the apartment communities around here, I hear a lot about the traffic. So in my market study that I did this morning, I told you all about my wonderful research and didn't tell you what it was. Lowest occupied community around, 96%. I have access to amazing software that gives me very accurate information. I pay lots of money for it, so I have to believe it, that it's accurate in my work. Your lowest occupancy is 96%. And I looked at those at all the new builds. I took that one step further and looked at our older developments. Brandy Chase, Arbors of Anderson, both of which, by the way, used to be in my portfolio many years ago. Kennedy's Landing, because it's right here as well. What I was looking for was to see if occupancy had dropped there and these people were moving to the new developments, thus needing to backfill there. That's not the case. Their occupancies are strong as well. They are competing occupancies here as well as nearing rental rates depending on certain floor plans. They're competing with the likes of Oakley. You know, there's a lot of development going on there too. Where things are really suffering is downtown. So what that tells me, again, industry professional, we have people leaving the city and they're coming to the suburbs. The occupancy is very soft there. It's very good here in the suburbs. It also tells me that we're absorbing this. We're not overdeveloping in that way. The absorption is there. These occupancies are great. And again, guys, I live here too, so I'm not trying to be a proponent for let's build on every bit of our green space. They are 3/4 of the way there. 77 low-income units can go in less than half a mile from my house. That's what I'm against. Like I said, I will take this. It is mixed use. We get a little bit of everything in there. I would take this as a win. Thank you for letting me add more.
Cool, thank you, Ms. Angela. And then, as promised, if the developer would like to come up and address any concerns at all, or refute anything, or, the floor is yours, sir. Thank you, Mr. Cook. And then, when you're done, I will have just a question or two for you, but please, go ahead, sir.
Of course, thanks again. So I heard some pretty valid concerns, I think, and 3 of them are really what stuck out to me. It's the concern of an out-of-town developer coming in and kind of willy-nilly doing whatever, the concern of traffic, and the concern of green areas. All 3 of those are obviously hot points. The out-of-town developer, in this case, the Gramis family, specifically Nick Gramis, born, raised in Union Township, right here. This is a local guy, this is a local person with other investments and high level of interest in this area doing well. Traffic. Look, the roundabout that's constructed, and you guys are looking there, it's very new. It was constructed with an eye toward this density right here. In addition to that, we have to go to Claremont County and we do a full traffic study. And in that traffic study, they're gonna tell us, hey, you gotta add a turn lane here, or you gotta do this thing there. All of those things are to address potential traffic concerns. Lastly, on the subject of traffic, you'll notice at the top end of the site, you see a right in, right out. Well, that's actually a full movement. So you've got left in, left out, etc. You've got another entrance down at the bottom, down where you see Glen Estee, Withamsville Road. That's a full access entrance and exit as well. And there's a third one on over toward the left of the page that is also full access. Those are all three strategically positioned to relieve traffic congestion in those pinch points. So that's the goal. Last one was mentioned is green areas, and we're very sensitive to that as well. What you'll see is a significant amount of green area on this area, specifically around the perimeter. So we've got buffer zones, we've got lots of trees that we'll be adding. Species and size has yet to be determined, but I think you can see there's a real effort here to keep this looking very green. Additionally, you'll notice that retail building is pushed towards Glen Estee, Withamsville, with only 2 rows of parking between it and Glen Estee, Withamsville. That's a nod to a request by zoning to produce that boulevard kind of look. You know, I think we've produced, oh, and sorry, one last thing is we're doing that green boulevard going up the middle. That again, that's just more green, more density of vegetation. So I'm hopeful that we're addressing some of the concerns of the community with this. I feel like it's well positioned. I feel like the community is built for this spot, and that's my response.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Mr. Becker, any questions?
No.
Mr. Logue?
Just a couple. You kind of touched on one question I had about the roots of the outside developer being hometown person, lived their whole life here, and investing in the community. I know we heard some concepts earlier tonight or questions around Eastgate Mall. I believe the investment team has some of the outskirts around Eastgate Mall as well, right? So it's the benefit when we try to look at the overall community concerns too. Like we definitely want to see our small town businesses thrive and do well and be able to invest here. So that's one thing I see Nick Graham is doing with this site. So appreciate you addressing the roots there. The other thing, it also really builds into just our overall feel for walkability. Just hearing about the green space, you know, we spent some time literally here on this township property doing some connective activity behind us with the green space and walking trails. And this is gonna help really energize and connect different pieces because from that location to Veterans Park, I mean, that is when we talk about the green space and the overall, that's outside of this, but you know, that's obviously, those are things that we're looking at and weighs on the overall request that's coming forward. So anyway, I don't have a further question for you right now, but I appreciate it.
Mr. Cook, you're good. Appreciate you very much.
Thank
All
you.
good. Thank you. Okay. Any further comments? Yeah, come on. Yeah, sure. Come on up. I already swore you in, so you're okay. Rich.
So, as you pointed out earlier, I'm the president of the Parks and Recreation Committee, and a lot of times at our committee meetings, we talk about not having parking space, as evidenced by people pulling onto Glen Estee, Withamsville, off of Glen Estee, Withamsville, right up against the soccer fields. You go through there when they're having soccer games, and from the park entrance all the way down to where the nursing home starts, there are cars parked side by side all the way down through there because there's not enough parking space. And for the opportunity to have larger events, I'd rather see this be a parking space than be any of this proposed stuff. So just for what that's worth, you could fix all your parking concerns right there.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Rich.
Rich.
Okay.
Can the developer come back up? Yeah.
Okay.
How many spaces are there on that? Or do you have it in the plan?
From here, to be perfectly honest, I didn't bring the document with me, but it's code required. So there's a certain number of spaces that are required by code per square foot or per apartment. So
And-
we'll keep that, we typically keep that kind of to a minimum because most townships and communities don't want you to do more parking than is necessary.
Right.
So there you have 180 parking spaces, that's 1.5 spaces per residential unit, and 125 or 135, I can't tell, for the retail side.
How much for the retail side?
125, I believe it
Okay.
says, or 135.
Okay. All right, now that's helpful. I want to hold that comment. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
I want that comment.
Thank you,
The
Mr.
question
Cook.
Rich made. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing none, gentlemen, I'm going to entertain a motion to close public hearings, zoning case 3-17-Zulu.
So moved.
Second.
No discussion. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
We're closing the public hearing at 9:23 PM.
Okay, gentlemen, let's open up for discussion of apartment mixed use. Mr. Becker, Vice Chairman, did you have anything, sir?
Yeah. So, let's think about Angela's comments and also the developer. And, appreciate this being a high-end apartment building. What concerns me, of course, with any apartment building is they tend to be real nice, even high-end, in the early years. Sometimes that doesn't change. Sometimes it does. And, there's example after example where it has. I mean, we've even seen, I think it's Union Commons, if I'm not mistaken. Place barely opened, and we're getting complaints about problems there. I'm not sure that it's been a management problem, not sure how much of that's been resolved. But of course, this building we're talking about, it may be great today, the day it's built, but the owner could always sell. And then who knows what happens after that. So that concerns me. Of course, what I hear from the residents, complaints about apartments, the high-density housing. Yeah, I've got all the same concerns myself. If this were, two projects, one being residential and one being retail, I'd be a yes on the retail side. Being as this is one project to consider, I'm opposed for those reasons.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Becker.
Mr. Luke?
Corey, the 125 parking spaces for the commercial, Rich, made a good comment about parking and where people park sometimes, especially when there's either overflow or because we have taken care of our green spaces like Veterans Park. Said we'd have a new problem, and that's we don't have enough parking sometimes. So very true. So that is very close, and with the sidewalk walkability that we've frankly trying to promote, 125 parking spaces, I definitely foresee residents parking there and walking to the park. Does that present any unknown issues that we're not looking for right now? And as the developer, is that creating issues for the developer? I think the residential, or I think the left side there is probably gonna be protected. I'm sure those will be like assigned parking. But the two retail shops, I mean, that should be good if people are walking to you and parking at your location.
I think you're gonna have some of that regardless. I think there's probably measures we can explore to take care of the issue with the berm parking at the park as it stands now. We're actually looking at a couple of concepts to redeploy the pavement millings.
Okay.
To start adding some parking like we did at Klepper at minimal cost.
Okay.
But if I'm a retailer and just based upon my experience, and I want to have enough spaces that I can keep my core customers, this is relying on my Loveland Station
Yeah.
experience.
Yeah.
Enough open spaces that I get people that are downtown activating the space, enough customer spaces for quick-in trips, and customer spaces for longer trips. And I think there's a balance in that, and I know that Tony's worked in that arena where parking is at a premium before. And while I can't say without any guarantee that there won't be some overflow parking at the park, at the end of the day, if they're frequenting the retail and they're stopping in and shopping there before or after, that's probably a benefit to those businesses there. I don't think we want people monopolizing the parking to where they're detracting from, you know, the business operation of that, but I think there's probably multiple solutions here.
Okay.
In that.
Okay, well, looking at it, hearing everyone's concerns, and looking at the current plan that has been approved at the 78 multifamily in there, I definitely believe that this is a much better utilization of the land, and is a much better plan. And it brings more an amenity to the community with the retail that can be there. And you know, I know that that's something that's likely more supportive of, like the applicants bringing forward to get coffee, ice cream, restaurants, you name it. So if we can land a Graders there one day, that'd be wonderful. Sure is the hope. I'm supportive of it. Over to you, Trustee Dills.
Please.
If you see anything else that I've not heard, there's 13 recommendations. This was went through zoning commission. There's 13 recommendations that are attached to it. I've not heard anyone ask for anything different to modify from plans, so I don't have any. I've not heard from Mr. Becker to modify anything from this. So over to you.
So to go along with, Joanne and Ms. Sharkey, Emily, I love your last name, by the way, Ray and Rich, I 100% agree on preserving our green space. And so far, I don't want to say we're a team, but we kind of team when Becker and I both, sorry, Mr. Becker, Mr. Becker and I both ran the first time, I'll say, 4 going on 5 years ago, that, more green space, less apartments, let's relax and pump the brakes on development. Not saying no to development, just pumping the brakes on it. And it is unfortunate that you do see all the construction going on, and everyone hates that, and I know. And we've held true to our word. This board in the past, I'm going to round up and say 5 years, two things have happened. Mr. Wright has been a phenomenal gatekeeper. You have no idea how many apartments have come to him, and he has said, hey, you can do what you want, but if you want to put all the money in, all the infrastructure in, and all the architecture work, and pay for all that, to come to the board for them just to shoot you down, that the temperature of this board is we're against multifamily. And I always said I would consider a multifamily if it had a first floor retail. And that's the only way I would consider it. Besides that, Mr. Wright, don't even bring it to me. I'm a no vote all the way. And so, for example, this board voted down a $40 million senior home in Mount Carmel. Honestly, it should have went in. It would have been fantastic for Mount Carmel. It would have produced a lot, and those folks would eat, and if Mount Carmel needs it. But the folks said no, and they didn't want it, and so we voted it down. And it didn't have any first floor retail, so we kept true to our word. $40 million project in Mount Carmel would have been huge, and we voted it down. Now, I will say this, so the apartments, the traffic, I don't want this to be Hamilton County. I will never live in Hamilton County. I don't say never, but I will never live in Hamilton County. And so I like Claremont. And so the problem is, and I think Andrew hit the nail on the head, the folks are pouring into the suburbs, and we have to just try to pump the brakes on it. So I will say this, that's the negatives, and I agree. The positive is that I do like that it's higher end, 1,700 to 2,200. That's nothing to sneeze at. That ain't cheap money. 1 to 2 beds tells me it ain't going to be for kids. This is the target market for these apartments are not for families. So I don't really want to talk about the schools because they're their own business, but I don't see it affecting them. And it's not affordable housing. Trust me, if we had a vote on the Glen Estee site for the affordable housing, I think you might have seen a different vote. Unfortunately, this board did not vote on that, but it's not affordable housing. I'm in love with the retail side of it. I want to see a restaurant go there, a coffee shop, an ice cream. I think it's needed there. And so the thing is, the zoning board, now usually we have a zoning board member that attends every one of our meetings, but he had to leave at 7 o'clock tonight, and he's a fantastic guy. They unanimously supported this. And what the zoning board is made up of residents of Union Township, and it first goes through them as kind of a gatekeeper, and then it comes to us. And they unanimously supported it. I will say this, because, Mr. Becker, I think we're on the same page as far as multifamily, but I am a little confused, because around 2 to 3 years ago, Mr. Wright came to us, and I don't want to say we wasted his time, but the vision was, this board unanimously approved a DORA district. And if you don't know what a DORA is, it's like downtown Loveland, downtown Milford, designated outdoor refreshment area. You can basically walk around and have a beer, wine in your hand. We approved that all the way from the helicopter park, Veterans Park, all the way up to Jungle Gyms, because we wanted to make wine out of grapes, basically, meaning, this is the hand that we were dealt with, and how do we handle Glen Estee, Withamsville Road? And we gave this man over here the vision to turn this into a downtown Marymount, a downtown Loveland, a downtown Milford type of area, because it was already apartment road. That's what we inherited, whether we like it or not. So in my opinion, I'm thinking, okay, there's no downtown area that exists in Union Township. And so would I like to go from Veterans Park and walk my dog to, outdoor, retail, whether it be an outdoor patio area, coffee shop, yes, and then also walk to Jungle Gyms, and the whole area is a DORA district downtown. We approved that DORA, and that was the direction that we gave Mr. Wright. And so that's just a fact. And so I don't like apartments, but I love the residential retail. And unless an apartment gets up here with this mixed use, I'm a no. I can't forever see me changing that. However, I love the idea of Glen Estee, Withamsville being a downtown type of area. I do, and where I can walk my dog and, have events like Loveland, Milford, and Marymount, they do that. And I think this is a perfect area to do that because of the hand that we were dealt with already the existing multifamily there. So I am confused as why you unanimously supported the DORA, and I was under the impression that was the vision that we gave this man 2 to 3 years ago, to go out and find a developer that's willing to pay the money and invest to do mixed use along that corridor of the DORA district. But that's my thoughts. So, okay, I will go ahead and call the vote. Yes. Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion for the approval of Union Township zoning case 3-17-Z as in Zulu, with all 13 modifications.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
No.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Thank you all for being here, if that was why you were here. Next on the agenda is old business. Seeing none, we'll move on to the new business of our consent agenda. Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion for our consent agenda. I'll read these aloud. Approval of the minutes from May 12, 2026 regular meeting minutes. Approval of the May 12, 2026 zoning meeting minutes. Approval of May 26, 2026 work session meeting minutes. And the approval of payments as prepared by our fiscal officer, Ron Campbell, and approval of our monthly financial report as prepared by our fiscal officer, Ron Campbell.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Let's do this. Okay, so the motion agenda, item B, approval of purchase orders exceeding 15,000. Mr. Wright, you want to take that over?
Yes, sir. So I am going to consolidate the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 purchase orders. All of these are TQL reimbursements under the Economic Development Agreement to Total Quality Logistics LLC. The first is for the April 26 reimbursement of $32,030.90. The second is for, and we get these in tranches from them. That's why you're seeing them. So you're gonna, the first one is the last one we got, and then we're gonna go
so I apologize. So the next one is September 2025, reimbursement, $29,638.63. October 2025, reimbursement, $58,853.27. The November 2025 reimbursement, $35,389.99. The December 2025 reimbursement, $30,509.30. The January 2026 reimbursement, $30,722.22. The February reimbursement, $79,222.25. The March 26 reimbursement, 2026 reimbursement, $31,737.78. And the May 2026 reimbursement, in the amount of $59,883.34. Just for the board's edification, these come directly out of JED funds. So if you look at our cash position, that's a significant hit on Fund 34 under that economic development agreement. And we talked about that in the last two meetings. Next one is locality media for our first two size up and hydrant module software program for the fire department in the amount of $25,500. The next item is for the fire department, Wex Bank, fuel for apparatus and vehicles, $50,000. Next item is Boundtree Medical, EMS supplies, in the amount of $40,000. Next item is for the fire department, Duke Energy Gas and Electric accounts, in the amount of $50,000. And the final one is for the service department, cemetery operations. This is a new open book. This is what we use in our scattering garden to memorialize the folks who choose to be interred at the scattering garden, and that is in the amount of $17,250, and that is Georgetown marble and granite. And remember, we charge for those spots.
Good job, Mr. Wright. Any questions for Mr. Wright?
No.
No. Okay. Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion for the approval of purchase orders exceeding $15,000 as explained by Mr. Wright.
So moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, Mr. Wright, just for correction, both the next two items are just housekeeping items, correct?
Correct,
All
that
right.
is correct.
All right, gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion to transfer property for economic development purposes. Authorized transfer of 952 Clough Pike. PIN number is 413102, A as in Alpha 205. Next one is 0 Clough Pike. PIN number is 413102, A as in Alpha 007. And the last one is PIN number 413102, A as in Alpha 206.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes. All right, and next item, same thing, housekeeping item. Gentlemen, entertain a motion to transfer property for economic development purposes, 445 Icolts Road, PIN number 414105.009, 4447 Icolts Road, PIN number 414105.008, and that is it.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. We're on to your folks' resolution. All right. Mr. Wright, brief explanation, sir. Go ahead. On
Yes.
Resolution 2026-39.
Yes, this is a resolution regulating and prohibiting and otherwise regulating the operation of snowmobiles, off-highway motorcycles, and all-purpose vehicles, special purpose vehicles as defined in ORC. Basically, the rules are you can't operate these things in a platted subdivision. You can't operate them on 2 acres. You got to meet some special conditions. For the folks that have the side-by-sides that use them to haul gravel and other things around their yard, you can use them to do that, as part of a maintenance project or something like that. But in these folks' specific instance, I would find anyone hard-pressed to be able to explain to a police officer that you are using a motorbike on a platted subdivision to conduct property maintenance.
Yep.
And so this is what this does. This is a home rule resolution. We'll have to advertise this for some time to implement it, just like the snow emergency resolution.
Assuming it passes, when will it take effect?
Approximately, I believe, 30 days after we
Cool.
post it.
And
But
tell me-
I'll check with the law director.
Tell me very quickly, penalty 1, penalty 2, penalty 3, what happens when you keep?
First, it's all in a 12-month period. First offense, $100. Second offense is $500. Third offense is $1,000, and additional offenses are $1,000. And these are cited to municipal court, is that correct?
I was going to ask you that. I saw
I believe so.
civil
Civil fines. Civil fines. We cite to
Wanted to
municipal.
make sure we can enforce that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, 100, 500,000, 1,000, keep repeating? You okay? All right, if they don't pay, we'll leave the house. Yep, you got it. All right, gentlemen, any questions for Mr. Wright?
Yeah.
Please, go ahead.
Can we take like a giant spike and hammer this resolution onto the front door of the people who are creating all these problems?
I'm sure they'll print it off or we can.
That's all I have, Chairman. I guess it was a rhetorical question.
Yeah, all right, gentlemen, entertain a motion for the approval of Resolution 2026-39.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion?
It's a no-brainer.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logan?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All good.
There you go.
Okay, Jed, you're welcome. The Jed, Milford Jed, easy one, housekeeping?
Yes,
Well,
sir.
kinda.
We've all held our hearings. and
Yep.
This is the next step.
Got, gentlemen, I entertain a motion for the approval of Resolution 2026-40, Union Township and City of Milford, Jed, number 1, Ivy Point.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logan?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, and then, gentlemen, you're gonna see me going fast, because,
You're good.
we got a 10 o'clock cutoff for our attorney. All right, let's see, this is the grant application, easy. All right, Resolution 2026-41, gentlemen, entertain a motion to approval of that, the Ohio Department of Natural Resources grant.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logan?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, Resolution 2026-42, I'll entertain the Mr. Wright, you wanna go over this one real quick?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, oh, yeah, this is okay, this is important, yes.
This is,
yeah.
yes, this is a resolution of necessity. This is a resolution of necessity, the first step of two, that the board must take to levy an additional tax in excess of the 10 mil limitation. We talked about it at the May 12th meeting, we talked about it at the May 26th meeting. We looked at various millage options. At the end of the day, there is a very small difference between a 1.75 mil levy and a 1.99 mil levy. A 1.99 mil levy will generate a little over $3.1 million a year, and the difference is about a $2 a month delta to do that. And we believe that this, as I indicated to you, we're going to make this last. I mean, and Mr. Campbell and I have talked. We feel like we can get 5 years on this. Is that correct, Mr. Campbell?
Yes.
And this will, and for a $250,000 house, you're looking at around $175 a year. A $300,000 house, $209 a year, and a $350,000 house, $244 a year. So around $14 a month, $17 a month, or $20 a month, plus or minus. And we'll get all that, but this will actually call out and have the auditor certify this. This doesn't put the levy on the ballot. You still have to have a resolution to proceed. So.
Any questions for Mr. Wright? See none? Okay, gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion for the motion to approve Resolution 2026-42.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
No.
Mr. Logan?
Yes, I'll vote to hear from the residents.
Yes.
Dills?
Yes, sorry, Mr.
Motion
Campbell.
carries.
All right, and then, okay, nuisance abatement. All right, I'm gonna read off the, here we go. Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion for the approval of Resolution 2026-43, the nuisance abatement resolution, and that's for 447 Glen Rose Lane. It is 414145.065 point. Next one is 1200 Pond Drive, Batavia, Ohio, 45103. 414802.041. 4160 Brandon Drive, that is 413214 D as in Delta, 387. 4189 Edenburg Drive, 413214 E as in Erie, 378. 4692 Blue Jacket Road, 414139.032. 4813 Powder Horn Drive, 414821.017. 3909 Michael Drive, 414246 B as in Bravo, 118.
Mr. Chairman, I think number 2, I think you said Pond Drive, that's Pood Drive. Otherwise, so moved.
1200 Pood Drive, apologies. Good catch. You're right, I did. Any second, Mr. Logue.
Second.
All right, Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logan?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes. All right, Mr. Becker, comments from the board, sir?
Yeah, just regarding the tax levy proposal, it's an issue I'm struggling with, and I am apparently going to continue to struggle with this for a while. Beyond that, the hour is late. Let's move on.
Mr. Logue?
No, Mr. Becker, thanks for sharing the struggle with that, because it does leave me as confusion sometimes with, the voting structure. It's good for us to be able to get rid of some land and help offset those costs, so, but appreciate that. I'm good for this, fine, thank you.
Yeah, let's let the voters decide, and nobody wants to see a tax levy, but, that's just how the township's funded. All right, upcoming events, all right, let's make this quick. Union Township Zoning Commission will meet Wednesday, June 24th, 7 p.m. Union Township Board of Zoning Appeals is scheduled for Thursday, July 2nd, 7 p.m. It has been canceled due to no applications. The Board of Trustees, our next regular meeting is the second Tuesday of the month, July 14th, right here at 6 p.m. Farmers Market Summer Concert Series kicks off Friday, June 5th, and the Farmers Market is held Fridays at 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Civic Center right outside. And then June 5th, that's June 5th through September 11th, excluding June 19th, July 3rd, and our holidays. And summer concerts will be held right behind us at the amphitheater, Friday, June 12th, July 17th, July 24th, and July 31st, all at 7 p.m. Let's see here. And Madcap Puppets are back again this summer. They will be here June 27th at 10 a.m. And then next CPR training will be with our fire department, Saturday, July 25th, from 9 to 1 p.m. And, gentlemen, I entertain a motion to enter executive session how long is this? All right, according to Ohio Revised Code 121.22 G as in golf, as follows: to confer with an attorney for the public body concerning disputes involving the public body that are subject of pending or imminent court action pursuant to Ohio Revised Code, Section 121.22 Golf 3. Item 2 is preparing for conducting or reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation or the terms, conditions of their employment pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 121.22 G as in golf 4. And then the last item is number 3, the longest one: to consider confidential information related to the marketing plan, specific business strategy, production techniques, trade secrets, or personal financial statements of applicant for economic development assistance to negotiate with other political subdivisions respecting requests for economic development assistance, provided that both of the following conditions apply. The information is directly related to a request for economic development assistance that is to be provided or administered under any provision of Chapter 715, 725, 1724, or 1728, or Sections 701.07, 375.67, 3735.70, 5709.40, 5709.43, 5709.61, 2, 5709.69, 5709.73, 2, 5709.75, or 5709.77 to 5709.81. Man. Of the Ohio Revised Code, or that involves public infrastructure improvements or the extension of utility services that are directly related to an economic development project, and B, a unanimous quorum of the public body determines by a roll call vote that the executive session is necessary to protect the interest of the applicant or the possible investment, expenditure of public funds to be made in connection with the economic development project pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 121.22 G as in golf 8.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
We're into executive session at 9:51 p.m.
Thank you all for sticking Okay, gentlemen, entertain a motion to exit executive session with no action taken.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
We're out of executive session with no action taken at 11:09 PM.
Gentlemen, entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
We're adjourned at 11:09 PM.
Thank you, gentlemen.